Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here in a moment. All right, good morning. My name is Mark Gorelnik. I'm chair, and I'm pleased to call to order the 260th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council conducted via webinar. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with their comments on any agenda item taken up by the council. It is important for anyone wishing to testify to understand that the time when the council will take public comment on a particular agenda item cannot always be accurately forecast in advance. In particular, people should be aware that agenda items currently scheduled for the end of the day might be taken up the next day, and agenda items may also be moved up a day. Please note that the chat feature should be used for technical issues only and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the June Council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit individual testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. Some agenda items may have many people wishing to testify, and if necessary, to allow time for everyone to be heard, I will reduce the amount of time per individual or group. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include a presentation with their comment needs to submit presentations prior to 5 p.m. on the day before the agenda item is on the agenda. Documents need to be submitted to Chris Kleinschmidt and Sandra Kraus. Please contact Chris Kleinschmidt or the Secretariat if you have questions. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available from the council website, or you may purchase audio recording copies from the meeting recorder, Mr. Craig Hess. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into the microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. And I would like to make the following introductions for new designees now at this council meeting. Lieutenant Lilia Lingo is the new designee for Rear Admiral Vogt for the Coast Guard. And Bill Templin is a new designee from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Welcome to both of you. At this point, I will now ask Executive Director Chuck Tracy to call the roll of council members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, as I call your name, please acknowledge your presence. Heather Hall.
Here.
Phil Anderson.
Here.
Bill Templin.
Here.
John Netto.
Mike Clark is here for Fish and Wildlife this morning.
Sorry. Oh, thank you, Mike. I didn't see you on there earlier. Thank you. Bob Dooley,
Here.
Mark Gorelnik,
Here.
Dave Hansen,
Here.
Pete Hassemer,
Here.
David Hogan, absent. Maggie Sommer,
Here.
Scott McGrew,
Here.
Virgil Moore,
Here.
Joe Oatman,
Here.
Brad Pettinger,
Here.
Butch Smith,
Here.
Krista Svensson,
Present.
Frank Lockhart,
Here.
Marcia Remco,
Here.
Louis Zim.
Also here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Chuck. With the roll call completed, we'll move to the executive director's report.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is agenda item A3. Typically, I provide information on the informational reports, points of emphasis or updates on the proposed agenda, matters of interest not on the proposed agenda, and other matters associated with optimizing the council process. So fairly short report today. I'm going to start with optimizing the council process. We've just discovered that there's been an update to some versions of Ring Central. So if you are running an Apple product and you're searching for your raise hand feature, you might find it under the reactions button. So if you're running a Mac and can't find your hand raised, that's where it might be. I would also warn PC users that there's a good chance that sometime in the not too distant future that there might be an update to your version of software that might stick your raise hand feature under that button as well. So anyway, hopefully that'll help people find their hands. Next, I just wanted to kind of recite the informational reports that are available to you, just so when you get a chance, you can look over those if they're of interest to you. The first is an annual NOAA science report. So this includes the full NOAA, satellites, weather, the whole 9 yards there. Informational report 2 is the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement West Coast Annual Enforcement Report. Number 3 is the North Pacific Fishery Commission report from Rich Lincoln, our representative on that international management body. The next report is a research update from PEER. That's Chugi Sepulveda and their deep set buoy gear update. Next is a Sablefish MSC workshop report. So this is an agenda topic that's been on the council's radar screen for quite a while. There was a workshop that was conducted to look at sablefish management strategy evaluation coastwide, including Canada and Alaska. The report from that workshop that occurred in April. So the report from that workshop is informational report 5, I believe. Report 6 is some updated guidance on the observer waiver issue that had been associated with COVID-19. And then 7 is a California Fish and Game Commission news release that the primary interest here is notice that they have, the California Fish and Game Commission has listed Klamath River spring Chinook as threatened under the state, their state, California State ESA process. They've also listed Northern California summer steelhead as endangered under that process. Let's see, a couple other quick updates. Mark mentioned in his opening remarks that we now have an ability to attach public will have the ability to attach written statements in support of their oral testimony, as a very similar process as how you submit written comments to the council. But again, the intent is there that they are directly in support of your testimony and not an opportunity to just put in additional written comment. So they will not be posted until after you actually testify. And then secondly, also along that line, we have installed a automatic profanity filter in our written public comment process. So it's due to some issues with that with some other regions, some other councils, we have installed that. And then finally, just a quick update on something going on here at the council office. Back in 2019, we embarked on an expansion project for our large conference room here at the council, and that is finally, after delays due to COVID and getting permits and inspections and lots of things, that finally is underway. So we will have a somewhat expanded large conference room. It will include a foldable wall so that we can partition it off and have a third conference room, or we can expand our large conference room to hold more people and more public. So that's going forward. We'll also have a little bit of additional storage. Anyway, so that's the excitement going on here at the council office. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes my executive director's report. And just by way of note, I have not heard any requests or concerns about or changes to the agenda for this meeting. So that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Chuck. Any questions of Chuck on the executive director's report? All right, thank you, Chuck. That takes us then to approval of our June agenda. Let me first ask if there are any proposed changes to the agenda. And if there are not, then I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll wait just for a moment to see if Sandra has the motion already prepared. If not, I will make a motion that the council approve our meeting agenda for the 260th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council as represented in agenda item A4.
All right, thank you. We have your motion. I think it's simple enough. We don't need to see it on the screen. Let me see if there is a second. Pete Hassemer, is that your hand for a second?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Phil, speak to your motion as you deem necessary.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't think there's a need to speak to the motion. The agenda speaks for itself and should guide us through having a good June council meeting.
Thanks. And Sandra, that was seconded by Pete Hassemer. All right. I'm simply going to call the question here. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. We have an agenda. We have a way forward. So I think that concludes this portion of our agenda, the call to order, and takes us to our open public comment period. And let me check And there are three folks signed up: Tom Schiff, Sarah Nayani, and Heather Mann. So Tom, please go ahead.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chairman, and members of the council and hardworking staff. Just a quick note from San Diego, where the bluefin action is nonstop. This has been helped by having good bait, both sardine and anchovy, continuing even more with development in lures, glow in the dark, etc. And our sport boat fleet captains are also improving as far as getting finicky bluefin to bite. This year so far, the biggest tuna are only now around 200 pounds, but maybe we'll catch one this year over 500, as last year I think one weighing 458 was boated. There are many classes and cohorts as well, going all the way down to 15 pounds, which are very delicate. Almost taste like veal. I hope the Coho season up north is as good, and that's all I have from San Diego.
All right, thank you, Tom. Any questions of Tom? Thank you, Tom. Sarah Nayani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We can just barely hear you.
Sarah, can you work on your audio? You're muted now. Sarah, you're still muted. There you go.
Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's really too faint to hear. I don't know what the issue is. But why don't we go to Heather Mann while you're working on that, Sarah? Heather?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound really good. Thanks.
Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name's Heather Mann. I'm here on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I specifically signed up after Sarah because I want to align myself with her comments that you're going to get from her after me. So, and this is around the public comment that was posted under C2. And I wanted to get on the record that, I was really disappointed to see that public comment posted at all. I think there's a lot of unsubstantiated claims in there and allegations that go beyond somebody's opinion. It was submitted on behalf of 4 fishing organizations and alleges misconduct and other types of activities. And I think we need to figure out a way to balance, free speech and providing opinions with something that's just wild accusations and is completely, without merit, with no evidence. And so I would, left to think about when is a comment an opinion and when does it become defamation? And the law says that if a statement implies some false underlying facts, it could be defamatory. So I wanted to get on the record with that, and hopefully Sarah can deliver her comments. It gets more into the substance. I think, we need to do more than just have a profanity filter. We need to really look at some of these allegations and the unintended damage that can be caused, especially when we know that there's no evidence supporting them. I'm a strong advocate for the trawl fleet. Everybody knows that, but I'm really pro commercial and recreational fishing all around. And we've, in the trawl fleet, gone above and beyond what we need to do to avoid bycatch. And these types of comments are not just damaging to our reputation, but it undermines the council process in my mind. So I'll just leave it there in the spirit of time, and hopefully Sarah can deliver her comments. And I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to working with you all this week in a productive council meeting. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Heather. Are there any questions of Heather? I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Heather. And so now, Sarah, you want to give it another try?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Oh, much better.
Oh,
Sarah.
so sorry about that. I appreciate the patience. Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Sarah Nyani, and I'm providing these comments on behalf of Arctic Storm Management Group. We're based in Seattle and have 2 mothership whiting processors and a catcher vessel, Sea Storm, that participates in the mothership, shoreside whiting, and shoreside non-whiting sectors of the groundfish trawl fishery. I serve on the board of directors for the Whiting Mothership Co-op, and Sea Storm is also a member of the Shoreside Whiting Co-op, UCB, and MTC. I went back and forth on whether to provide these comments today, but ultimately decided to because I want to respond to a public comment to correct the record. Board Fishing Association submitted a written public comment under C2 that contains sections I find to be false, uninformed, inflammatory, and potentially damaging to the groundfish trawl fisheries. I have some concerns about the process that led to this comment being approved for posting to the briefing book, but now that it has been, it warrants a response. The comment alleges that there are inconsistencies in the trawl sector effort to avoid salmon bycatch, that trawl sector participants are not meeting the current regulations, and proposes penalties to motivate complete adherence to regulations. I have that in air quotes in my hands, which you can't see. These comments undermine not only the efforts of the trawl industry to avoid salmon bycatch and the 100% monitored efforts of fishermen and processors to follow the handling and reporting requirements, but also undermine the substantial and expensive efforts of NOAA Fisheries, Pacific States, state agencies, law enforcement, and observer and catch monitors and providers to collect and process salmon samples, ensure the procedures and regulations are being followed, and add the collected information to the scientific data that underpins our management process across FMPs. Together, the effects of false accusations can serve to reduce the perceived credibility of our fisheries and management process. And if the record is not set straight by the managers of the groundfish fishery, accusations such as this can have far-reaching impacts to customers and sustainability providers. For example, the majority of Arctic Storm's pollock and whiting customers require lengthy safety and sustainability questionnaires, which include information on our MSC and RFM certifications, observer monitoring, bycatch handling, etc. These same customers closely follow fisheries news and frequently ask questions after major council decisions or discussions. Despite the past efforts of industry participants on the SAS and GAP, council members, state and council staff, and NOAA Fisheries to work with the primary author of this public comment and explain the salmon requirements, the handling process, and genetic sampling of salmon caught incidentally in the groundfish fisheries, it seems either something is being lost in translation or the relayed information is being willfully ignored. I would point to 2 recent NIMS reports that can be found on the council website that describe NOAA's robust salmon sampling protocols from April 2018, Agenda Item F6A, Supplemental NIMS Report 1, and from March 2020, Agenda Item H1B, NIMS Northwest Fisheries Science Report 1. If there's an issue with how the information NOAA collects is being transmitted to state agencies, I'm sure the managers can sort that out, but the trawl industry is fully monitored and following our requirements. I'm appreciative of the salmon fishermen and SAS members that many of us in the groundfish fishery and GAP work so closely with, and I know this comment is not representative of how most others feel, but the fact that 4 fishing associations have made these accusations is alarming. I would very much appreciate NOAA and the council yet again setting the record straight on the management side. And if it would help, I would also like to extend an invitation to the trade associations who submitted the public comment to meet with trawl sector, whiting co-op, Sea State, and UCB and MTC representatives who would be happy to go through the tools we use to minimize and manage salmon bycatch. Whenever possible, I have found this type of intersector collaboration and meeting of the minds to be hugely impactful and beneficial to supporting the council process. Thank you for your time today. That concludes my comments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Are there questions from Sarah, for Sarah? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Sarah and Heather. I really don't have a question. I do appreciate her testimony, bringing to our attention the inaccuracies that were represented. And I just wanted to say thanks for bringing that forward, as well as your offer to meet with these trade organizations to ensure that they have accurate information about the efforts both to avoid salmon as well as documenting the and sampling of salmon that are taken. And I also just wanted to say that I did double check with our folks here in Washington at the shoreside level to ensure that any salmon that are being brought in are being sampled, and that by the catch monitor, and that information then is being conveyed to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife relative to that sampling. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Phil. Butch Smith.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Heather. And I too would once again thank the whiting industry and the tall industry for how open and willing to meet and willing to work issues out over the last few years and longer. I have found them to be, in my old job and my new job as councilman, some of the best in the industry. And it's the ocean seems like a big place, but we all have to share, and we all have to try to get along. This coastal community is a unique community up and down the West Coast, and everybody's important. And I particularly hope the individuals and the trade organizations that signed on to this letter truly take the olive branches that have been extended to them, sit down and get some factual information. So I appreciate you, Sarah, bringing this forward, and hope this will help get the proper information out to these groups. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Butch. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Sarah, and thanks, Heather, for bringing this forward. Butch, I agree with Butch and Phil's comments. Absolutely. I've before being on the council, I actually personally participated in the outreach to the SAS and extended that olive branch and tried to inform people and encourage this understanding between the sectors. And I think it's important that we do that. That's where the first step should be. I've actually personally encouraged the author of this to reach out first. Don't swing the bat first and reach out later. And I'm disappointed in them. I think that there was no outreach to me particularly, but I hope in the future that we go down that path and continue the collaboration between sectors when there are issues or when there are concerns. And it seems like the better path. And I know our agendas and everything are impacted. And I think this is a huge burden on that, as we can tell. And we will see again in agenda item C as we go forward. It impacts that. So I would encourage we work together and we try to get to the bottom of these things. And I'm really distressed by this public comment. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Bob. Any questions of Sarah? Well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Tom. We have one further public comment. It's from the Coast Guard, and I'm not sure if that's going to be Lieutenant Lingo, but I'll see who from the Coast Guard will take this comment. I think it's an update on change of command.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is Lieutenant Commander McGrew. Sorry, I didn't have, I don't think, a public comment. I thought I was going to just mention under council discussion, but I wanted to just bring it to the council's attention that the FCC has out a notice of proposed rulemaking for the use of AIS on fishing gear. And this is something that's come to our attention numerous times over the last few years, not only in the West Coast, but also in the North Pacific area. So it's a pretty common practice for folks to use AIS to mark fixed gear, particularly fixed gear groundfish. And it's not currently authorized by the FCC. It's not an authorized use of AIS technology, although it's pretty commonly used. And some folks have received letters of warning or been told to cease using that. So there's been some legislation and some congressional interest. I think some state agencies and maybe other council entities have been engaged by specific congressional offices, and there was something in the National Defense Authorization Act of 2021 that required folks to require the FCC to actually take a look at this. So there is a notice of proposed rulemaking out to allow comment on spectrum options for devices that can be used to mark fishing gear. So just wanted to bring that to the broader council's awareness that the FCC is taking a look at this now.
Thanks very much, Scott. Bob Dooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgot my hand was up, but I do have a question. Lieutenant Commander Scott, I really appreciate that info, and I hope that people weigh in on that. I think it's a very useful tool in a lot of ways. But more importantly, recently I have read the mask mandate on fishing vessels may have changed, and I know there was a mandate to wear masks on fishing vessels at all times for the COVID issues. So could you maybe speak to that if you know?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Dooley. To the best of my knowledge, the current fishing vessels have been considered transportation through the executive order, and that was extended through September was the last date that I saw. So I can take a look at it if there's something that you saw separately, but the executive order for mass transit, which included fishing vessels based on the CDC's interpretation, was extended through September.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it if you would look into it. So thank you.
Phil Anderson.
Yeah, I would just add that I saw the same thing. I do believe that the mask requirements on commercial vessels and passenger carrying vessels have been modified. They haven't been extinguished, but they've been modified. So perhaps Lieutenant Commander McGrew can provide us that information if he's able to get it.
All right. I don't know if you're looking for a response from him now, but or offline.
I didn't expect him to have a response now.
All right. Great. All right. I think that concludes open public comment. We've called on all of our folks who have submitted requests, and Coast Guard had an opportunity. We had some exchanges there, but I do think that that will conclude this agenda item of open comment. And we will move to our next agenda item, administrative matters, the report on the Council Coordination Committee meeting. And I will turn to Executive Director Chuck Tracy.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So this is the Council Coordination Committee meeting report. So the 2021 CCC spring meeting was hosted via webinar by National Marine Fisheries Service and the Pacific Council on May 18th through 20th. Meeting agenda is shown in attachment 1, and then briefing materials and presentations are available electronically on the U.S. Regional Fisheries Management Council webpage. At the meeting, Chair Gorelnik and Vice Chair Pettinger, myself, Deputy Director Mike Berner, attended on behalf of the council, and Mr. Ryan Wolf represented the West Coast region. There was a number of other West Coast region folks there. I know Kristen Cook was there and Kevin Werner from the science centers as well. So the CCC discussed a number of issues. I won't list them here, but I do have a report as attachment 2 that I will cover some of the issues in a little more detail that are particularly relevant to this council. But I would also note that the next meeting of the CCC, which we will host, is planned for October 19th through the 21st, and it will be hosted in person at the Portola Hotel in Monterey, California. So the attachment 2 again is a brief summary. So let me just go through that quickly. The CCC heard from Representatives Jared Huffman and Ed Case on their discussion draft reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. We also heard from Representative Don Young on his MSA reauthorization bill, HR 59. The CCC was also able to discuss issues with 4 committee staff, Nikki Tuchel and Fern Gibbons, staff for the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, and then Laura Snyder and Anik Miller, staff for the House Natural Resources Committee. The CCC was briefed on Executive Order 14008 and the National Climate Task Force report on conserving and restoring America the Beautiful. One of the report recommendations was that an interagency working group should develop an American, an American Conservation and Stewardship Atlas to measure the progress of conservation, stewardship, and restoration efforts across the United States. In response to this recommendation in that report, the regional councils have formed a CCC area-based management subcommittee to develop a common understanding among the councils of area-based management measures and to develop a report on area-based measures in the US EEZ, including a comprehensive evaluation of all existing EEZ federal fishery area closures and other area-based measures in the US, a discussion of the pros and cons of area-based management, and contrasting management objectives and expected benefits of area-based management tools for the diversity of ecosystems under the council's jurisdictions. Each council has a representative on the subcommittee. Mr. Kerry Griffin is representing the Pacific Council, and they've already had their first essentially organizational meeting this month. So that effort is underway. The CCC received an overview from Bureau of Ocean Management, BOEM, on their activities related to offshore wind development and a report from the CCC's Habitat Working Group. The Habitat Working Group report recommended the CCC consider tasking the Habitat Work Group with developing a best practices document related to offshore development, including habitat consultations, engaging with stakeholders, and informing cable routes, sharing fishery and habitat data sources, etc. However, the CCC prioritized the work of the area-based management subcommittee, as I just described, over this particular effort, primarily due to staffing overlap between the Habitat Work Group and the area-based management subcommittee, and then directed the Habitat Work Group to await further guidance on assignments until the October 2021 meeting. The CCC also received a briefing on National Standard 1 draft technical memorandum on managing with annual catch limits for data limited stocks. The draft is available now and will be available for review at the September council meeting. And the comment deadline, originally scheduled for July, has been extended to October 1st. So this is sort of a de facto request that the council consider making an assignment for our SSC to review that draft report and have an opportunity for the council to consider their recommendations and submit those comments to National Marine Fisheries Service. Mr. Brett Alger provided an overview of a draft procedural directive on applying information law to electronic monitoring data. This directive will establish requirements for electronic monitoring programs to address data confidentiality, Federal Records Act, and Freedom of Information Act issues. The draft directive was released after the CCC meeting, so we didn't get a chance to take a look at it then, but it is now available and will be discussed under agenda item G3 at this council meeting. And then comments on that draft are due by July 15th. So again, something for later in the week to be aware of and be prepared to recommend some comments on that procedural directive. Adam Eisenberg from the NOAA GC reviewed draft policy and procedural directives on guidance for financial disclosures and recusals, and noted that regional handbooks will be developed to outline procedures to make sure councils are in compliance with the updated guidance. And this is something that will likely be incorporated in one manner, either explicitly or by reference in our regional operating agreement, which again is another topic that's on this week's agenda for this council meeting. The council member ongoing development steering committee of the CCC reported the first workshop is the council ongoing development is scheduled to occur in person during the first week of November in Denver, Colorado. A nice central location for all the regional councils. Equal travel time, at least as best as could be accommodated. So scoping is underway to refine the agenda for that meeting, which will focus on the theme of new approaches to ecosystem-based fishery management. 3 council members and 1 council staff from each regional council will be invited to attend the workshop. And then finally, the 7th National Scientific Coordination Subcommittee meeting was postponed again until summer of 2022. It was originally scheduled for 2020 so that it can take place anyway. So it's been postponed so it can take place in person in Alaska with Nordic Pacific hosting that meeting. The agenda for that meeting will cover 3 main topics as well as provide additional time to review and discuss national and regional initiatives. The theme topics are how to incorporate ecosystem indicators into the stock assessment process, developing information to support management of interacting species in consideration of ecosystem-based fishery management, and how to assess and develop fishing level recommendations for species exhibiting distributional changes. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report. If you or Vice Chair Pettinger would like to add your comments, now would be a good opportunity, or if there's any questions about the report, I'm certainly ready to answer them.
Thanks, Chuck. I think that was a pretty comprehensive report. Let me just check with Vice Chair Benger to see if he has anything to add.
No, I think Chuck summarized it perfectly. Thank you.
So let me see if there are any questions from around the table on the CCC report. And I'm not seeing any hands. I also don't see any public comment on this agenda item, so that takes care of public comment. And I didn't see any advisory bodies or management entity reports either on this agenda item. So this will take us to council discussion on these issues. So let me open the floor and see what comments folks have or what points of discussion there are for this agenda item. We touched on some items I know that will be picked up in later agenda items, so I suppose this isn't the last time to provide some input on these topics, but this is an opportunity. But I don't want to twist anyone's arms. Bob Dooley, followed by Chuck Tracy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chuck, I listened to the CCC meeting and on regarding the CMOD because I'm the council designee for the steering committee that helped create that and all that. And the one comment I would make is I see that that it's prescribed to have a certain number of members attend, but it would seem that this is the first one, and it's an ongoing council a council obligation. It seems like for each region going into the future, that it might be important to have that steering committee as back of the room people, just to be able to critique it from a perspective of being there, maybe not necessarily participating, to be able to help inform the future of it. So I'm not sure if that's been discussed or not, but it seems to me that might be a logical thing. I know, like in the MREP program, we have people in the back of the room that aren't necessarily in the discussion so much, but with this being the first one and another region engaging for the second, it might be something to think about. So I'll stop there. So thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Chuck, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. That's actually a pretty good segue into my comment, which was going to be that if there are issues that you think should be brought up to the CCC sooner or later, so either now or perhaps agenda considerations for the October meeting. Would appreciate getting some feedback on that. Since we are the host, we are instrumental in setting up the agenda. And Bob, I think your suggestion is a good one. There will be some additional coordination calls probably between some of the parties, or at least email exchanges. So I will. I think your suggestion is a good one, and I'll float that out there and see what the response is. So thanks.
Any further discussion on the CCC report? Bob?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I left this off when I began with another comment not connected to this, but I realized that our council is hosting the Monterey CCC meeting that's coming up, I believe, in October. I was curious just to have a comment of what I know that's for chairman and such, for the vice chair and executive director and that attend. But myself personally, I'm interested in attending, and what is the procedure for that, to just not to attend and participate, so to speak, but to be part of it. because it is our region. It's close. It's a good opportunity to actually build some relationships in a multi-regional basis and understand firsthand, rather than watching it online, what the CCC does. So just wondering if there's any official position on that, and can we make reservations? Are we included, or is there anything like that involved? So that's just a question.
Well, it is a public meeting, but I think your question was somewhat different. Whether Pacific Council members could attend with something other than a member of the public, and I guess I'll ask Chuck about that, because attendance typically is limited to keep it to a manageable number, and to not give preference to one region or another. But Chuck, what say you?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I mean, participation is limited, as far as a seat at the table, to chairs, vice chairs, executive directors, and regional NIPS regional representation. But I take Bob's point well. I mean, it is an opportunity for us to, for folks in our region to be close enough to one of these meetings to attend. And so, I guess I would encourage people, if they're interested, to do that. We haven't contemplated, inviting council members or authorizing travel, at this point. So, I think, you're probably on your own, but you're right, Bob, it is an opportunity to meet some people that from other regions, and talk to them about how they do things, and exchange some information. So I guess I would encourage that. But beyond that, we have not considered doing that. I don't think that's typical practice for other councils either, to invite or request participation, unless there are committee members that would be CCC subcommittee members, for example, that are relevant to the discussions and presentations. That might be something to consider further.
Mr. Chair, one follow-up, if I could.
Please.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that we, participate, but more as maybe be included in the hotel, the links to be able to, to be part of that part of it, to be able to make the travel arrangements, not asking for, support as far as financing it, but being able to be on the list and attend, not as in the audience, obviously. So that was my intent. And so maybe others might have a different view of it, but my intent was, if there's a formal process or a process, to contact you or, the council staff to be able to link into the hotel reservations and such like that. That was the point.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I might. Yeah. So, well, we do have a room block, and of course, priority will have to go to the participants. In particular, there's a limited number of federal lodging rate rooms there. So, but I guess depending on where we stand with the overall room block, I suppose there might be some opportunities, but I would have to check with our admin staff and look at our hotel contract and see where we would stand on something like that. But there will also be some receptions and social events that might also be possible for participation in those. So I guess maybe look for an update from us if not at the September, prior to or at the September meeting. Don't have the dates right in front of me. I think the announcement or the invitation will go out to participants, I think around August 20th, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure when the room block closes, but I will keep council members updated on that.
Thank you. That was very informational. Thank you.
Virgil Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Bob on this one. I think it is appropriate for some members of the council to be at these CCC meetings to interact with our peers across the nation. Certainly, especially since we're hosting, but I think we should consider selected support for individuals who have articulated a need and a desire to attend those meetings just to see what's going on and to interact with their peers. My experience has been that builds a better program for us locally as we understand what's going on nationally, and especially where it's local to some of our members relative to our hosting this. I think we should give serious consideration to having some of the members supported to go to this, to observe and participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. Any further discussion on this agenda item? All right, I think that concludes agenda item C1, the CCC meeting report. Thanks for input, everyone. And we'll now move to agenda item C2, standardized bycatch reporting methodology. And Brett Weedoff, I think you're in the staff seat for this, so please take us away.
Yes, Sam. Thank you, Mr. Grelnick, Chair Grelnick. Item C2, standardized bycatch reporting methodology. I just want to quickly go over the situation summary, the council action, and the advisory body reports we have in the briefing book. And then I'll take some comments and questions on that. And then I'd like to go over the scoping document that I developed, and then talk a little bit about planning and workload planning for the September-November meeting. So recall that back in November 2020, we started this sort of pre-planning and scoping a little bit on this action. And so we developed some information accordingly. We took the attachment 1 that's in the briefing book there, and that is the final rule for the standardized bycatch reporting methodology. That guides our consistency review here, and we took a look at that, and we developed some general thoughts on this. I walked through this information with the management teams back then in 2020. They gave their initial review and findings, and so then I developed attachment 2, and that's the scoping document. I tiered off of that information and kind of took a deeper dive to really kind of dig into what their findings were, corroborating their findings, and took a little more deeper dive in the issues that they discovered. What I have here now is the council action is to really try to scope the need for amending the fishery management plans for consistency with the final rule. What I'm looking to do really is to signal to the council that if there is a need to amend fishery management plans, then we'll need to schedule for September, November further action. Under this agenda item, you'll see there are 4 team reports: the CPS management team, the groundfish management team, the HMS management team's report, and the STT's management team report. And then there is 1 public comment posted under this agenda item. So that's just a quick overview of the situation summary and the council action. I can take a little deeper look at the plan forward, like I said, and the scoping document after this. So I'll take any questions at this point on my overview.
All right, thank you, Brett. Are there any questions of Brett's overview so far before we get into scoping? the scoping document. I'm not seeing any questions, Brett, so do you want to carry on?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Grelnick. Looking at attachment 2, I just want to kind of briefly touch on this, what I had done with the information that was provided in November 2020. And inside that document, there's a bit of an intro and background on the SBRM rule and some characteristics and the criteria we used to do our consistency review. So there's some definitions of information there. We took that and we developed this chapter 2 of the outcomes of the preliminary review. We basically basically dove into that the information that was there and then tried to compile sort of what the issues are and maybe take a deeper dive into the problems that we found. I do want to kind of just touch on briefly before I get into what the findings is the potential pathway forward here. I developed on page 4 and 5 a couple of thoughts on how we might proceed here. The MTs have had a short turnaround time on this information, and so there isn't a lot of detail in their reports, but I wanted to kind of strategize and think about how to move forward from June here, what we might hear in June, and then what we might want to do in September and November. So on page 4, I have an FMP amendment process where we would generally develop some FMP language. That's a possibility here to correct some inconsistencies and then develop that information, provide that to you in September for possible preliminary selection, and then finalize that selection in November. What we would do, though, is we would package all the information that we gather, which is showing consistency in each FMP and where it may not be consistent. And then we would provide all this information, including the changes in the FMPs, the language of their changes, and package that as one full package to transmit that information to National Marine Fisheries Service. And they would make that final determination for the consistency. And then we would be done. The idea, of course, is to work with National Marine Fisheries Service between now and November to make sure that we get everything correct and we don't get into a situation where we transmit that information to headquarters and headquarters says, we see some deficiencies and you need to go back. So what we're trying to do, of course, is accomplish all this stuff by the end of November so that we are conclude our consistency review by that February 2022 deadline. So this is our last chance to get this stuff done. So we're trying to package this information as best we can and work on this as we can since we're late in stages here. Under number 2, I put down if there is no FMP amendment, we may need to maybe we could just modify the FMP supporting documents. So if it's decided that we do some clarifying language outside the FMP to make the FMP consistent with the SBRM rule, we could work with the NIMS and the council advisory bodies to, after the June meeting, and really update the supporting documents. So that wouldn't really seem to include an FMP amendment if that's the decision, but we just modify maybe a SAFE document or some other documents that just to tweak the language a bit to make sure that we comply with the current rule. That package may not need blessing by the council, but it's of course entirely up to the council to decide if they want to see that information that's produced, and we could still bring that back in September and November and then finalize that information. And again, package it all, consistent information, not consistent information, the changes we would propose to make, and send that over to National Marine Fisheries Service for final determination. There's the third option, which maybe there is no FMP amendment at all, no changes are needed, and everything's found to be consistent. However, we would still need to package that information and the consistency piece and send that to National Marine Fisheries Service for final determination. So what I would expect here is, we do one consistency review package for all FMPs and transfer that information to National Marine Fisheries Service and transmit that stuff after the November 2021 meeting. Whatever that may look like, whether it includes some FMP amendments or just some tweaks to changes to documents and things to make things consistent. So I guess maybe I'll pause there if there's questions on that process and what I've laid out. I'm not wedded to that, of course, but I wanted to kind of think this through about how to move forward. I know there's a lot more information coming, and maybe that will help that discussion, but I just want to kind of see if there's any clarifying comments or questions on just that summary.
Okay, Brett, let's just see, pause here for a moment to see if there are any questions. And I don't see any hands, so please continue.
Okay, so what I did is like I said, I took the information that the MTs provided in November and took a deeper dive. And what I tried to do was dig into all the documents and the supporting information for the FMP. It may include a SAFE document, it may include an EIS that developed the FMP. So I dug in everywhere I could find information that might pertain to the SBRM rule and noted that in each section for each FMP. And then I took that and made some general recommendations for sort of a place to start with the MTs to think about, here's some ideas that we might need to change. I'm not certain about whether it should be changed in a SAFE document or the FMP, and I kind of lean on the MTs to really think about that. But I wanted to at least highlight some issues and concerns and corroborate what they found. And what you're going to hear basically from the MTs is they corroborated basically what I had found and the recommendations I provide. And so that's a good thing. They also provide a little bit of information about whether they might think there's an FMP amendment needed and start to develop a package for September. So as we work through this, the possible work plan might be, as we get from here to September, would be to work with the MTs this week and after this meeting to start developing language for review at a future official MT meeting. So we're looking to possibly schedule some meetings in August, early August, in preparation for September briefing book, so that you have something more solid in your hands about what changes may need to be made and proposed in front of you to decide maybe in September, if not now, that an FMP amendment is needed for a certain FMP. My hope would be that we would continue to review these products over the summer, with some MT leads that have been working on this, and then we would finalize those reports in early August and just kind of give a final review and ground truth the information that was found. And so, for example, maybe a package, I might then take that information from each of those reports that we put in the briefing book and create another report that summarizes that information and possibly develops an FMP amendment package. It could look like something like no action and then some action item that includes all the FMP amendments that are suggested by the MTs, so that we can kind of look at it holistically for all the things that need to change. And the council could review that information to decide, like I said, an FMP is actually warranted, and just signal to the public that we are going to go ahead and amend the FMPs in September and then finalize those changes in November. So that's right now what I'm thinking about as far as a pathway forward to complete this project and get certain that we are scheduled for September, November. And I think that should suffice. One thing I do want to draw attention to that we did uncover, you'll hear under the groundfish management team report, and while I worked with the STT and looked at their FMP, that we talked a bit about estimating groundfish bycatch in the salmon troll fishery. And that might be an area that we might need to take a deeper dive in to deal with, because it doesn't look like we are truly doing some estimates on what's the bycatch in the salmon troll fishery. Now, I caveat that with, we need to take a deeper dive and take a look around, but the groundfish management team is willing to help us do that. And I would do that early and often so we can come up with a plan. So you can, I guess I'll stop there, and I can take questions on that and my overview of that information, and then we could move to the management team reports.
All right, thank you, Brett. Are there any questions before we go to the management teams? All right. Thank you very much, Brett, for that overview and explanation. So now we'll move to the management team reports, and we'll start with the groundfish management team. Lynn Mattis, welcome, Lynn.
Good morning. Quick mic check.
Loud and clear.
Good to know. So I am going to be reading agenda item C2A, the supplemental GMT report on the standardized bycatch. We did receive an overview from Mr. Wiedoff on our June 10th webinar and reviewed the materials. We agree with the conclusions found in attachment 2 that the groundfish FMP does not need to be amended at this time to be consistent with the final rule, but we do offer some additional thoughts for consideration. In regards to recreational fisheries estimation methods, there are some minor updates that need to be made to language within the FMP concerning how catch and bycatch estimates are made in the recreational fisheries. The FMP currently states that the Marine Recreational Fisheries Statistics Service, or MRFS, is the program that makes estimates for the recreational fisheries. The MRFS estimates should no longer be considered the main source of information since standardized state sampling programs and methodologies are now used. The details of the state data collection methods are provided in external documents, which Mr. Wiedoff helpfully linked in attachment 2. However, there is some uncertainty around the estimates produced by the state sampling programs that are not currently described in the FMP, and it is unclear if the FMP needs to describe this information. Some discussions of variance in the data is provided in the state sampling. Sorry, I lost my place there. Is provided in the state sampling methodologies, but we're still unclear if we need to update the FMP to contain that information. In the interim, we believe that the stock assessment and fishery evaluation, or SAFE document, could be updated in the time frame necessary to reflect the current process for estimating recreational fishery bycatch information, and then referencing where to find the state methodologies and maybe adding some qualitative discussion on the uncertainty of the bycatch estimates. And then at the time the FMP is next updated or amended for other purposes, we could update language for the recreational estimation methodologies. For commercial fisheries, similar to the recreational section, this section could be updated, including removing references to the PACFIN QSM report, which is no longer used, adding information about e-tickets, and updating logbook information. Similarly, language needs to be updated to correctly describe observer coverage and electronic monitoring and how the data are used for total catch and mortality estimates. We don't think this warrants an amendment to the FMP at this time, but should be updated whenever the FMP is next opened up and amended. We are willing to help council staff with providing the current information via the SAFE document or some other source as needed. Then thinking about groundfish catch mortality and other FMPs, we discussed that bycatch of groundfish stocks may occur in other council FMPs, which could benefit from further discussion on existing standard bycatch reporting methodologies and how there is room for better understanding of impacts when fishing overlaps multiple FMPs. This would be valuable because in the groundfish biennial harvest specification process, anticipated impacts for non-groundfish fisheries are included in the incidental open access fishery set aside and deducted off the top of the ACL before establishing the fishery harvest guidelines and subsequent allocations to the directed recreational and commercial groundfish fisheries. Improving accuracy of these estimates helps utilize the resource while ensuring mortality remains within management limits. For example, some groundfish are caught in the salmon troll fishery, though the GMT is not aware of documentation of that groundfish bycatch. The salmon troll fishery is currently not monitored by either at-sea observers or electronic monitoring systems, and thus no estimates of groundfish discards and discard mortality are currently available. We recommend that discussions continue regarding SRBM of groundfish bycatch in non-groundfish fisheries managed through the council process. And we are available to assist council staff or other advisory bodies in examining and updating analysis and methodologies about those impacts to fisheries to the groundfish stocks. And with that, I will try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Are there any questions of Lynn? I don't see any from around the table, but I have one for you, Lynn. And referencing groundfish catch mortality and other FMPs, and you touch here on the commercial salmon troll fishery and a bit on recreational, but are we concerned here with discards? And let me just focus for a moment on the recreational fishery. Are we concerned with bycatch as discards, or are we concerned with retention of non-targeted but allowed species?
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Non-targeted but retained species, we get information on that through the sampling programs, the fish checkers for the recreational fisheries, and then from fish tickets for the commercial fisheries. It's more the discard mortality that happens at sea that we don't have good information on from some fisheries.
All right, thanks very much for that clarification. Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that last paragraph again, in your discussions, did you talk about whether or not the GMT is concerned about this level of bycatch? I mean, do you think that this is creating, a conservation issue with groundfish, or is this just being incredibly thorough as the GMT usually is?
Chair Grelnick, Mr. Lockhart, it's a little combination of both, trying to be thorough in looking at cross FMP fisheries, as well as we don't know in some aspects if there is a conservation concern, or there could be one. Lingcod and yellow-eye tend to live in similar habitats, and there's been some increased allowance of lingcod in some non-groundfish fisheries. And we don't have information on what the potential bycatch on yellow-eye might be. Just yellow-eye being our still rebuilding species is one of the key one that comes to mind. So it's a combination of both, trying to be thorough, as well as we don't know if there's any conservation concerns at this point, but we would like to think the council family should be having some of those discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Lynn. Any further questions for the GMT on their report? I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the Salmon technical team, and Robin Elke will be providing that report.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Robin Elke here. Let's see, this is agenda item C2A, the supplemental STT report 1, the report on the standardized bycatch reporting methodology, the scoping aspect. So back in November of 2020, the STT was briefed by council staff on SBRM. The STT went on to review their FMP and other relevant salmon documents at that time, and provided a statement in November that outlined their initial conclusions regarding the 6 review criteria as they relate to the commercial, troll, and recreational salmon fisheries. Here in June, the STT was briefed again by council staff, who summarized the aspects of salmon ocean fisheries in the scoping report that Brett had just mentioned. That report includes information that's consistent with what the council, or excuse me, with what the STT provided back in November. And the report also includes recommendations to include more detail on describing the bycatch estimate methodologies for this troll and recreational salmon fisheries, and to provide qualitative information on data uncertainty for those fisheries. So the STT does agree with the recommendation and the suggestion that information be provided, or at least the links to the references where that information is, in one of the annual pre-season salmon documents, or the STT could also draft general language for the salmon FMP if that is the council's preference. That will require some more work, and collecting that information and drafting potential language for inclusion into those documents will take some time, and the STT does plan on scheduling a meeting to focus on that task over the summer. The STT will do their best to be prepared to provide any additional information and draft language as early as the September 2021 council meeting. And that concludes the STT statement.
Thank you very much, Robin. Are there any questions of Robin on the STT statement? Thank you very much, Robin. So we'll hear from the HMS management team, Alan Sarich.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
All right, I will be presenting Supplemental HMS-MT Report 1. This report addresses the Council staff recommendations for necessary updates, as well as the Highly Migratory Species Management Team's suggestions for next steps. The HMS-MT agrees with Council staff recommendations incorporated within the scoping document Attachment 2, that the HMS Fishery Management Plan and potentially supporting documents need to be updated and text needs to be added to comply with the standardized bycatch report monitoring requirements. Consequently, the management team suggests that an FMP amendment be considered to succinctly incorporate SBRM requirements. The FMP amendment may include a description of SBRM for each HMS fishery, including new language to better characterize and update the FMP with more recent practices of the Council and/or regional fishery management organizations that relate to SBRM requirements. Driftgill net performance metrics may be an example of the latter by addressing data uncertainty in finfish bycatch. In effort to be succinct, such descriptions could include cross-references and document relevant reporting in the SAFE and other reports, for example, information more regularly updated. The HMS-MT anticipates needing a virtual meeting in advance of the upcoming September Council meeting to discuss and draft proposed language to amend the FMP and construct relevant text in reference to supporting documents such as the SAFE for Council consideration as appropriate. Additionally, the HMS-MT sees a need for the Council to consider proposed amendment language for meeting SBRM requirements at the September meeting to provide feedback to the management team in advance of taking final action on an FMP amendment at the November meeting. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions of Alan on the HMS-MT report? Thank you, Alan. We'll now have a report from the CPS management team. Lorna Wargo.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I will be doing that one as well.
All right. Welcome.
Yes, so again, this is Alan Sarich with the CPS management team. And I'll be presenting Supplemental CPS-MT Report 1. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed the scoping document, Attachment 2, provided by Council staff and the CPS Fishery Management Plan as it relates to standardized bycatch reporting methodology. The CPS FMP likely needs some administrative edits to clarify SBRM, and the management team agrees with Council staff that some aspects of SBRM within the CPS SAFE document may need to be expanded upon to better comply with provisions of the SBRM final rule. The CPS-MT expects to provide specific proposed FMP and SAFE revisions for the September Council meeting, which will require an online work session prior to the advanced briefing book deadline in mid-August. That concludes the CPS management team report.
All right, that was quite succinct. Thank you very much, Alan. Any questions of Alan on the CPS-MT report? Thank you, Alan. That concludes all of the reports that I have before me. It takes us to public comment. Do we have any cards turned in for verbal public comment?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, so that takes care of public comment on agenda item C2, and it takes us to council action. which is to scope the need to amend FMPs for consistency with the final rule. And so with that, the floor is open, and I'll look for a hand to get it started. Frank Lockhart.
So I thought maybe it would be good to just start off this discussion with a bit of an overview. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but recall that, I'm not trying to be pedantic here, but it is a discussion on the standardized bycatch reporting methodology. So overall, that's what we're looking at. Do we have in our FMPs requirements for a bycatch reporting methodology? And it has to be a requirement. That's the standardized part. So the FMP has to specify that this is a required part of our management procedure. And as you can see from all of the reports, you have, groundfish that looks like it's the current analysis. The team has concluded that it is probably already meeting all the requirements of the SPRM rule, but there are some things that they have to tweak. Well, I shouldn't use that word. There may be some things that we could make more clear in the groundfish management process. And then when you look at the other reports, you have HMSMT essentially concluding that there are some things that need to be changed, and their initial conclusion is an FMP amendment is going to be needed. And then I would say in between there is the CPS and the Salmon FMPs. The teams are still looking at that. Probably there will have to be some changes done, whether in the SAFE or the FMP. There's still some discussion needed. That's in the CPS, and then for the Salmon, whether or not you can potentially do some changes to the preseasons report. But I think one thing is that, right now, I think NIMS believes that it's the best course of action, I think, is to identify the changes and then discuss what's the best way to do that, rather than coming to rather than necessarily concluding that an FMP amendment is or is not needed. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that I think there will have to be some additional discussion with the teams and between NIMS and General Counsel on moving forward with this. And at this point in time, I don't think any of us can conclude with anything close to certainty that we know exactly what actions are going to have to be taken. But I'll conclude my comments just by saying I appreciate the work that each of the teams have done. And I think that we're going to have to ask them to continue the work that they started here fairly soon after this meeting in order to more fully address the potential changes, and then work with council staff, general counsel, and NIMS staff to figure out a way to go forward so that we can have appropriate documents in front of the council for preliminary action in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Further discussion? Frank has urged us not to put the cart before the horse here. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Gorelnik. I'd just say I appreciate Frank's comments, and the path he just laid out makes sense to me. I would be happy proceeding down that route. Appreciate the input in several of the team reports, if not all of them, that perhaps there are supporting documentation, safe documents, or others that are the appropriate places for details that may be changing on a more regular basis. And I'm sure that will be part of the exploration. But it sounds like Frank laid out a good path, and I would just thank the teams as well as Brett for the efforts getting us to this point so far and moving forward.
Thank you, Maggie. Further discussion on this agenda item? It seems the sense of the council is to continue with the ongoing process. And come back in September. Further discussion, suggestions, guidance? Brett, how are we doing?
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. I appreciate all the work that the MTs have done as well, and I can look forward to working with them soon after this meeting ends to continue to develop information in support of the September briefing book and the information that you'll need to truly decide whether an FMP amendment is needed. So I appreciate too that the council will be patient with me and as I work through these issues and try to develop some documents and solid information for them to work from. Sorry, it's been so long since we got to this. I know the rule has been out for a while. I apologize to Frank and company too. And now we're at the 11th hour to try to get this done. But I think we can get where we need to go in time for this to be final action in November. So I'm confident in that. That's all I really have to say. I think we got a work plan going forward, and we'll execute that and be prepared for September.
All right, Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe just make sure we are all clear on what the expectation is, what's going to happen between now and September. I know some of the teams had specific statements that they plan to meet before September to work on this, but I don't think the GMT was planning on meeting. They may have had some more discussion of this item and than some of the other teams and done the work that they need to do to be prepared for September. But I guess maybe this is a question for Brett. Do you have any input on that, or do we as a council need to provide any more clear guidance today on what's expected of everyone involved before September?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Summer. I will work with Todd and the chairs of the GMT to dig into this issue, and I do anticipate setting up at least some side conversations to get started on this to try to scope this out, and then if needed to develop a report officially, then maybe we'll schedule just a 2-hour meeting to go over that report and decide how we want to what needs to go into the briefing book regarding the issues they have identified. And to add to that, other teams have really taken the step forward to decide to let's meet, let's have a core group of people to start working on the information and developing the documents, and then come together in official council type FR notice meeting in the beginning of August. We're stuck with the FR notice kind of approach. So the first week of August is likely where most of those MTs would have to come back together to decide on their final reports for the advanced briefing book. So you're right that the management team has not decided on that yet, but we'll work together, like I said, with Todd Phillips, the council staff lead and the chairs of that committee or that team to develop some plan of forward to address the issues that they've identified.
Thank you.
Any further questions on this agenda item? All right, I think that will conclude agenda item C2. And I think we're making very good progress today, which is nice. because I don't think we'll be as fortunate in other days during the week. We still have habitat and salmon to go today. And I think we'll get started on habitat and then maybe take our lunch break after that. And I have the good fortune of passing the virtual gavel to Vice Chair Brad Pettinger to take up the habitat agenda item. Here you go, Brad.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gorelnik, and welcome everyone. By golly, go to habitat. I guess I'll look at Jennifer to start us off. Jennifer.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. Looking at agenda item D1, the Habitat Committee met on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week to discuss a draft NOAA policy for more effective mitigation of adverse impacts to trust resources, oil rig decommissioning, research and data needs, and other issues. We have no written public comments and no attachments. We should have Mr. Corey Green, who's the Vice Chair of the Habitat Committee, here to read the Habitat report. And we also have a supplemental gap report, I should add.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Questions for Jennifer before we go to Corey? Okay. Okay, seeing none. Corey, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me well?
We can.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council and council staff. My name is Corey Green. I'm a research biologist for NOAA Fisheries, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Habitat Committee. As Jennifer said, the Habitat Committee met over the last couple days and we discussed 10 habitat issues, including 3 for consideration of possible action by the council. These are summarized in agenda item D1A, the supplemental habitat report 1, which I'll read now. The first is Klamath Dam removal progress report. On June 17th, 2021, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, formally approved the Joint Pacific Corps Klamath River Restoration Corporation application for to transfer the license for the 4 lower Klamath dams to KRRC and states of California and Oregon upon completion of the National Environmental Policy Act process. This clears a major legal hurdle on the road to decommissioning and removal, currently scheduled to physically begin in January 2023. FERC also formally opened the NEPA analysis scoping process with public comment hearings July 21st through 23rd, 2021, and a comment deadline set for August 19th, 2021. FERC anticipates completing the NEPA process by September 2022 with a final expedited FERC decommissioning decision shortly thereafter. Preparation work for decommissioning is already well underway. Second item is the Klamath juvenile salmon sea Shasta crisis. Unprecedented infection levels by the warm water salmonid parasite Ceratonova shasta are being observed in outmigrating juvenile salmon at screw trap monitoring locations in the mid-Klamath River, with infection rates as high as 97% at almost always fatal concentrations. Many dead juveniles have also been observed. This fall Chinook cohort is already weakened by past disease losses and adverse ocean conditions. Inflow water shortfalls as a result of Klamath Basin drought mean that flushing flows, which are usually required to reduce infection rates, could not be implemented this year. Losses of nearly all the entire year class of outmigrating Klamath fall Chinook will likely have major impacts on future adult fall Chinook Klamath spawner returns in 3 years. The next item is the National Marine Fisheries Service considering extent of essential fish habitat above impassable dams. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is investigating the process for extending EFH above Chief Joseph Dam on the Columbia River in response to growing interest from tribes and stakeholders. NIMS may also reconsider the extent of EFH above dams where reservoirs and inflows are influencing yields as well as downstream of impassable dams. This would likely be part of the Salmon EFH review over the next 2 to 3 years. Next item is the Nordic Aqua Farms in California. Nordic Aqua Farms is proposing to build a land-based Atlantic salmon farm on the Samoa Peninsula near Eureka, with intakes of up to 10 million gallons per day of seawater from Humboldt Bay and 2.5 million gallons per day of fresh water from the Mad River. The treated water will discharge into the ocean using the Harbor District's current outfall. The project released a draft mitigated negative declaration for review in April 2021. Following review of comments, Nordic Aqua Farms had released a notice of preparation for a draft environmental impact report, or EIR. The draft EIR is anticipated to be released by Humboldt County for review in September 2021. The NIMS California Coastal Office Division provided a letter, June 2nd, 2021, which is attached, with EFH conservation recommendation to California's North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board regarding their proposed National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permitting of Nordic Aqua Farm California's discharge into the Pacific Ocean. NIMS letter raised concerns about the perennial ocean discharge of warm, nutrient-rich waters from the salmon farm into the shallow photic zone, which will increase the diversity of harmful algal bloom species and may seed and kickstart future harmful algal blooms in Humboldt Bay and the Pacific Ocean. The board has pulled the NPDES permit until Humboldt County finishes the EIR. The Habitat Committee may invite Nordic Aqua Farms and or associated regulatory agencies to the September HC meeting. Next item is research and data needs. The HC had an internal discussion regarding the research and data needs report and how to best inform the council about habitat-related issues. The HC plans to review the existing plan and begin to identify research and data needs for future updates. The next item is the NOAA draft mitigation policy. Matt Goldsworthy, NIMS Habitat Committee member, briefed the HC on the new NOAA draft mitigation policy, which is currently open for public comment. Comments are due July 30th. This is a new policy that aims to standardize the mitigation hierarchy that NOAA has been applying under its current mitigation program. The policy does not change or expand authorities, but does include some new provisions and definitions. Mitigation needs to be proportional to impacts and have a high likelihood of success. The intent of the policy is to improve conservation for NOAA trust resources by instigating effective mitigation hierarchy to fully offset the impacts. Principles in this policy include durability of mitigation with a new provision for the consideration of climate change and climate resilience when evaluating and developing mitigation measures. The HC considers the NIMS draft mitigation policy to be important for conserving EFH and habitat areas of particular concern, or HAPCs, both for inland salmon habitat as well as ocean and estuary habitats. However, the HC identified several issues with the policy that may warrant council comment. For example, first, it is unclear what implications the landscape or seascape approach implies. At what spatial scale would mitigation be employed? The landscape or seascape approach would seem to discount small-scale impacts and appear to suggest that some areas may not warrant mitigation because of their disconnected location or perceived minor contribution to the overall seascape or landscape. Secondly, to provide agency reviewers with additional ability to apply the policy to protect NOAA trust resources, NOAA should develop a policy for all HAPCs similar to NOAA's California eelgrass mitigation policy. This would provide guidance for avoiding habitat impacts, especially establishing mitigation ratios and accounting for temporal delays in effectiveness of mitigation actions. This would be helpful in encouraging conservation of these HAPCs. So that HC is prepared to draft a letter for the July 30th deadline if the council wishes. The next item is the Bureau of Ocean Energy and Management update on oil rig decommissioning. Rick Yard for BOEM presented to the HC on issues related to decommissioning oil rigs off Southern California. The standard by the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement is that decommissioned rig platforms should be completely removed. However, platform removal has its own environmental impacts. There are a number of studies documenting high productivity of commercial fishes using platforms, and some stakeholders have advocated converting portions of platforms to artificial reefs. BOEM is planning to initiate a programmatic environmental impact statement, or PEIS, to deal with general issues regarding rig decommissioning, which would be tailored to specific decommissioning projects. The starting point for the PEIS will be the standard of complete removal versus some alternative or alternatives, for example, partial removal, and the potential environmental impacts of those alternatives. BOEM will be opening the scoping period to identify issues and potential alternatives, methodologies, and impacts to be considered in the development of the PEIS. The invitation for public comment on scoping is planned to be completed within the next month and will have a 45-day comment period. The council may wish to comment on the PEIS. The HC could provide comments on habitat issues and track the official request for comments. However, given the scope of fishery and fishing-related issues with decommissioning that are of interest to other advisory bodies, the HC may not necessarily be the appropriate lead for this letter. Coordination among advisory bodies would be needed to draft a letter for the September briefing book or via the quick response process. The next item is the report on California Energy Commission's workshop, July 21st, 2021. BOEM plans to announce an expanded Morro Bay 399 call area and will be requesting a call for comments and information. The announcement will likely occur prior to the July 13th California Offshore Wind Intergovernmental Task Force meeting. No comment deadline was provided, but the comment period may end before the September Council meeting. After the public comment period ends for the Morro Bay 399 area, BOEM will evaluate the comments and designate it a wind energy area. It is likely that the Humboldt and Morro Bay areas will be combined into a single lease announcement and process. It is unknown how many leases will be granted in each wind energy area. Leasing will likely occur in summer 2022. If the council wishes to comment, it would very likely require the quick response process. The council's decision on the lead advisory body for commenting on this issue would be guided by its decision under C4 Marine Planning. BOEM noted that the Diablo Canyon is not being considered for offshore wind leasing at this time. The next item is about Newport Bay Caulerpa prolifera. In March 2021, an invasive algae species, Caulerpa prolifera, was discovered in Newport Bay, California. The invasive subtropical algae can grow quickly and rapidly, outcompete native species, including native eelgrass, and may be edible and to native herbaceous fish and invertebrates. Federal, state, and local agencies immediately reconvened the Southern California Caulerpa Action Team, or SCCAT, to address the infestation. The SCCAT consists of several state, local, and federal partners. California Department of Fish and Wildlife scientists and divers were deployed on April and May 2021 to map and confirm the location of the infestation. The SCCAT worked with experts to create the Newport Bay Rapid Response Eradication Plan to address the immediate need to remove the invasive algae Caulerpa prolifera from Newport Bay in the vicinity of China Cove. Rapid identification response is seen as the most effective way of keeping an invasive species controlled. The plan has 3 phases that include initial removal, monitoring of the infected site, and surveys to identify other potential areas where Caulerpa prolifera has occurred. The initial removal will be done by handheld suction dredge and is estimated to begin July 6, 2021. And the final item is the eelgrass restoration synthesis paper. In 2018, the Pacific Marine and Estuarine Fish Habitat Partnership, or PMEP, published eelgrass habitats on the U.S. West Coast, the State of Knowledge of Eelgrass Ecosystem Services. The report documents eelgrass extent and includes a geodatabase of eelgrass presence, absence, and current and historical extent of eelgrass in 444 estuaries across the West Coast. On July 2021, PMET published a report that synthesizes eelgrass restoration project success from 51 eelgrass restoration projects along the West Coast to identify best practices for eelgrass restoration and mitigation. They identified those methods and approaches that resulted in successful restoration. The report is available at the following website. This may be of interest in light of the draft NOAA mitigation policy. So to summarize the 3 possible actions for consideration, first is the NOAA draft mitigation policy. The HC is prepared to draft a letter for the July 30th deadline if the council wishes. The second is the BOEM update on oil rig decommissioning. The HC could track the request for comments on this topic and provide comments on habitat issues. However, the scope of fishery and fishery-related issues with decommissioning that are of interest to other advisory bodies, the HC may not be the appropriate lead for this letter. So coordination among advisory bodies would be needed to draft a letter for that September briefing book or for a quick response process. And finally, BOEM's expanded Morro Bay 399 call area. If the council wishes to comment, it would very likely require the quick response process. The council's decision on the lead advisory body for commenting on this issue would be guided by its decision under C4, the marine planning issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey on the Habitat Committee report? Pete Hassemer. Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Corey, for that report. I had a question on the first page about the NIMS EFH above impassable dams. I understand the first part, a process because of the interest looking above Chief Joseph and maybe other areas. But the second part, I guess, piqued my interest a little bit, that NIMS may also reconsider extent of EFH above dams where reservoirs and influence are influencing yields. That part I don't understand, but the real question, the next part says, as well as downstream of impassable dams. So, and you note in there that the next 2 or 3 years, there could be a Salmon EFH review. So I guess normally we would reconsider, or anything could be open to reconsideration if an EFH review is going on. Was there discussion amongst the committee? There's a separate process looking at already established EFH below some of these impassable dams, or about the process that's going on there that would be led by NIMS?
Well, there is work being done about EFH below dams. I think the issue here is sort of the connection between sort of what's going on upstream versus what's going on downstream. And so that might be a consideration as we sort of start moving into the process for EFH review. I think that's the main issue. Does that address your comment?
Yes, thank you. And maybe was there discussion about the pace of this process, when it would occur, what's actually happening?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. The biggest question is about, I think, is motivated by the Chief Joseph Dam the process where they're reintroducing fish. But I do think that the pace might really depend upon the EFH review process, because that would require definitely a change in the definition and maps of salmon EFH.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks very much for the report. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. My question had to do with the topic of the NOAA draft mitigation policy. The committee identified 2 issues that may warrant a council comment. And I'm understanding that this is a national policy and trying to design a national policy that fits every regional situation is difficult. And noting that in the text of the report, the acknowledgement of the intent of the policy to improve conservation for NOAA's trust resources by instigating the effective mitigation hierarchy to fully offset the impact. I'm wondering what kind of conversation or discussion there might have been around, like, for example, Mr. Goldsworthy briefed the committee on the policy, and in ensuing discussion, the committee identified these two areas of concern. Just what kind of a response, if any, did Mr. Goldsworthy have to the raising of those two issues, or what kind of discussion within the committee ensued that led to this potential recommendation?
Yeah, so good question. Thank you. For the first bullet, I think basically this question about sort of the larger scale perspective on mitigation projects, I think was left sort of unaddressed in the committee discussion, including with Matt Goldsworthy's comments. Basically, summarizing that as these are really important questions that might were there further sort of delineation within the policy. And so that's where the discussion sort of landed on, and that's why we noted it in that bullet one. And then the second point about conversations around that, I think sort of the big question is sort of whether we can develop these sort of specific mitigation policies like the California eelgrass mitigation policy for all HAPSIs across the West Coast or elsewhere in the United States.
Okay. Marcy Rimko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey. A few questions on the BOEM oil rig decommissioning activities. It sounds like from the description in the report that there will be a 45-day scoping comment period, that it's not clear exactly when that's going to commence, but it will soon. Then it also says the council may wish to comment on the PEIS. I guess I'm trying to understand, are we offering public comments on scoping or on the PEIS? Because I'm just not clear what the thought would be.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. So first, the actual date for the initiation of the scoping comment period is not out yet, but should be due out within the next couple of weeks, and that's when the 45-day comment period would begin. And it's specifically about scoping the PEIS and sort of what issues should be raised to determine the process, methodologies, protocols for evaluating different alternatives, and for suggesting different alternatives themselves.
Follow up, if I may?
Please.
Okay, great. So I guess the suggestion here might be that the council provide input on the scoping activities via a letter, but then you indicate that it's not really clear. Other advisory bodies would need to participate in the drafting of a letter, either for the September briefing book or the quick response process. It sounds to me like you have some kind of idea of what content might be included in such a letter. So maybe it would help us a little bit if you can elaborate on that for us.
Good question. Thank you. Yeah, so there's certainly numerous sort of elements to the scoping of the habitat-related issues, particularly with respect to, say, complete removal as a sort of the general plan for these decommissionings versus sort of artificial reefs or other possible alternatives. So basically, there's during the discussion within the Habitat Committee, we talked about a couple of these related issues which might deserve consideration. Some of the noise impacts, for example, or alternative uses for power lines, those sorts of things. But we were concerned that there's, in addition to the habitat impacts, there's a lot of other related issues with regards to sort of view sheds or impacts to local fishing, which sort of deserve comment and input from the additional advisory bodies. And it's those kinds of issues where we see the Habitat Committee as not necessarily being the right committee to deal with those issues. And that's why we made the recommendation at the end.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Corey? Okay, thank you, Corey. I see. Okay, next up is the GAP and Merritt McRae. Merritt?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Council members, I'm Merritt McRae, and I'll be reading from Agenda Item D1B, Supplemental GAP Report 1. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the Habitat Committee's report on habitat issues and offers the following comments. With respect to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's update on oil rig platforms, the GAP is interested in continuing to be involved in the discussion and collaborate with the Habitat Committee in that regard. The GAP thinks each decommissioning project should be analyzed on its own merits and is concerned with the establishment of a process whereby all decommissioning projects are left solely to the purview of BOEM without considering individual characteristics and offering additional opportunity for meaningful public comment or meaningful public input. The GAP welcomes the opportunity to work with the Habitat Committee in drafting a letter for the September briefing book. With respect to BOEM's expanded Morro Bay 399 call area, the GAP welcomes the opportunity to review and provide input and comment on any proposed changes to the spatial footprint, location, and design of projects which could potentially impact fisheries access. Thank you, and with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Merritt. Questions for Merritt? Louis Zim. Louis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for being here today. Merritt, did you in the GAP discuss how you would bring this about in the next few weeks? Would you have a whole meeting or would you assign certain people to work on this? What do you envision on this? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Zim. It was not discussed in any great detail. I believe the expectation was that the Habitat Committee would indeed take at least the initial lead and provide a venue and opportunity for us to work together, as well as any other advisory body that would be interested in working on this, and develop some sort of comment for you at the council in time for the next council meeting.
If I may, Mr. Vice Chair.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Merritt, then it sounds like you're perhaps asking for direction from the council to actually make this so. I don't know if this is needing a motion or just a consideration. Is that pretty much what we're looking at here? Thank you.
I'm hoping so. I believe that probably this topic will come up in under a subsequent agenda item. And we're hoping for clarity at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Merritt.
Okay, thank you, Louis. Further questions for Merritt on the GAP report? Okay, seeing none. We'll go to public comment because we believe we have one public commenter before we do lunch. And so is Allison Wiley there? Allison?
Yes, thank you. Sound check?
You're good.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. My name is Allison Willie. I am retired from a 42-year career with the U.S. Department of Interior. 27 of those years were with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, specializing in policy and application of the Endangered Species Act. I am one of the designers of the Advanced Section 7 Consultation course at the National Conservation Training Center, and I understand the importance of doing an exposure response risk analysis when considering project impacts to threatened and endangered species. I also spent 5 years with Fish and Wildlife Service as the modeling coordinator for the Delta Regional Ecosystems Restoration Implementation Plan. I'm commenting here today on the proposed Nordic Aquafarms facility in Humboldt County and the exposure of partially treated effluent to ESA-listed species. The National Marine Fisheries Service did an outstanding job in their June 2nd, 2021 letter of recommendations to the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board regarding the NPDES permit for Nordic Aquafarms pursuant to the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act Essential Fish Habitat. It is my hope that the project impacts to ESA-listed species and critical habitat also get addressed during the permitting process. It concerns me greatly that in public meetings and office hours meetings, Nordic Aquafarm staff has insisted that there isn't any critical habitat in the area affected by the partially treated effluent from their proposed aquafarm. In light of that, I conducted preliminary exposure analyses for the critical habitat of 5 ESA-listed species that are likely to be adversely affected by the project. And these are green sturgeon, coho and Chinook salmon, steelhead, and eulachon. I submitted that preliminary set of analyses in this comment process, which I hope will be open to you later today. In collaboration with a colleague, I'm currently conducting additional analyses on the potential exposure of wild fish to untreated effluent from the fish processing area of the project and from the backwash from the sludge removal process. At issue are exposure of wild salmonids to viruses found in project effluent. Viruses of immediate concern are infectious pancreatic necrosis virus, infectious salmon anemia virus, salmonid alpha virus, Piscine orthoreovirus, novel totivirus, and novel Piscine reovirus. All of these viruses pose a risk to juvenile salmonids growing to adulthood in the marine habitat in the area of the diffuser pipe and exposed to effluent during tidal cycles in Humboldt Bay, Mad River Estuary, and Eel River Estuary. Exposing young fish to these diseases can destabilize salmonid populations and lead to run and cohort failure in wild fish. Specifically, Piscine orthoreovirus was recently discovered in farm Atlantic salmon in 2010 and is now known to enter wild fish habitat in British Columbia from fish processing areas and salmon farms. Nordic Aquafarms does not have any plans to monitor for viruses and does not have a treatment plan for the fish processing effluent or for the backwash from the sludge reducers. My supplemental written comments include a graphic of model effluent dispersal, critical habitat maps, and describe primary constituent elements of critical habitat. Effects to listed species and critical habitat are significant effects that need to be addressed, and it is my hope that the fisheries management protections of the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the Conservation Directive of the Endangered Species Act will both be used to protect the fragile estuarine and coastal marine ecosystems that support coho and Chinook salmon, steelhead, green sturgeon, and eulachon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Allison. Questions for Allison on her testimony? Marcy Yaremko. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Allison, for your testimony. I am wondering if you have been participating in the regional public process regarding this proposal. I know that recently there have been a few public hearings in the Humboldt County area, and there have been a number of opportunities for comment, and I'm just curious if you're engaging in those forums and processes.
Oh, yes, very good question. So I have been involved in providing public comments under the initial study and the mitigated neg deck, and comments on the NPDES permit. And I've attended many of the public meetings and the office hours, but I have to openly admit that about 6 or 8 weeks ago, I stopped attending the public meetings because the information was in the public meetings was contrary to the information in the written materials provided. And as a private citizen, I didn't think it was my place to be pointing that out in that forum. So I have been restricting my comments until today to written comments.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us and offering your insight on this proposal. Much appreciated.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Allison? Okay, thank you, Allison. Okay, and that concludes public comment, and we're past the noon hour, and so we're going to take a lunch break. Since we'll be back here for let's say 1:15, and we'll conclude with council discussion and action. So we'll see everybody back here at 1:15. Okay, we'll be starting here shortly. Okay, we're back. Agenda item D1. With some possible actions and also the gap. So with that brings us to council action discussion. I look to some hands to or a hand to get the discussion going. Marcy Remco. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to start by thanking the Habitat Committee for having discussions on so many topics this week and reporting out to us some fairly well-developed recommendations for some work over the summer. Really appreciate the updates that they've provided us on some very important habitat issues of interest, particularly on the Klamath Dam removal and on the Sea Shasta crisis. Those are just hugely important topics, and we appreciate them following the events and summarizing them for us. Want to note on the Nordic Aqua Farms item that this has been an issue that our department has been working on closely and following the events and commenting. I see there's interest here on the part of the Habitat Committee in potentially inviting Nordic to the September Habitat Committee meeting. Think that's something we'd be willing to at least provide our expertise in a discussion on that. Want to talk for a second about the BOEM update on oil rig decommissioning recommendation for a draft letter. I think I feel pretty good about the idea of a draft letter being available for the September briefing book. I realize that the comment period, we just don't know yet when that's going to fall and whether or not we will be able to have an opportunity for review of a letter in the September briefing book, or if this needs to be a quick response process letter. That gives me a little bit of concern just because I'm still, I think, struggling a little bit with the clarity on what the content of this letter will be. I know that the GAP is willing to assist and the Habitat Committee is willing to serve a role in the development of this letter. I think what this letter is going to say is, hey, BOEM, please include consideration of fisheries impacts in your PEIS analysis, and here's why, and here are the fisheries of interest that we'd like you to make sure that you focus on in your work. But I'm not, I didn't hear huge clarity in the extent of the content that is expected in this letter. That said, I really agree with the need for us to engage and offer comments early into this process and issue that kind of reminder that we would very much like fisheries and habitats considered as this process unfolds, and that should be an element of their PEIS development process. So I support that with the cautions that I'm not entirely certain what the scope of this letter might be, but I feel like with the Habitat Committee's leadership, as they suggest, potentially coordinating with advisory bodies independently, I think they're a very capable group, and certainly support the concept if they're willing to undertake it. On the comments related to the Humboldt and Morro Bay wind energy area and the upcoming lease announcement process, certainly this is an issue that we'll hear more about in the marine planning item. So I think that the Habitat Committee's suggestion of a letter is good, and that potentially the tasking of the drafting of that letter, I agree that certainly our decisions under C4 might influence the tasking of that work. But I think I'm comfortable with the Habitat Committee's recommendation there. On the other letter, I didn't mention anything about that they're recommending the sorry, lost my place. The national draft mitigation policy. My understanding is that this is a body of work that largely kind of summarizes and standardizes the current mitigation program and adds some transparency for everyone nationwide. I think it sounds like it's a good effort that's coming together, and I think it's certainly appropriate for the council to recognize that this work will aid all of us in transparency and creating kind of a more clear roadmap on some topics relating to mitigation. So I think that's a great idea. I think they have a couple of areas that they've suggested, provide some specific comment on that sound appropriate to me. So I guess, all things considered, I support the recommendations of the Habitat Committee, and I realize that there's some uncertainty with some of it, but I feel like it's a doable and reasonable work plate for the group over summer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Chris Kern. Chris?
Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me?
You're kind of quiet, Chris.
Okay, how about now?
Still kind of quiet.
Try and talk really loud.
That's better.
Okay, I'll keep it up. And I'll be short because what I was going to say is my thoughts fall pretty well in line with what Marcy just laid out in terms of an approach. And so I just lend support to those thoughts. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else? Louis Zim. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And also I do agree with Marcy, specifically on the Habitat Committee writing a letter on the marine planning situation. notwithstanding whatever we do the rest of the week, I don't think we'll have anything really in stone or set up or people named or whatever is going to happen soon enough to respond to this. And the Habitat Committee is certainly equipped to respond. So I really do support the Habitat Committee writing a marine planning letter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I agree with everything except the need to write a letter on the NOAA draft mitigation policy. I haven't looked at the policy. I have heard from our Washington member on the Habitat Committee who had some concerns about writing or questioned the need to write the letter. I think Marcy's point about it being a good thing in terms of standards, having some standardized things across the spectrum across the nation and increased transparency. Those are all really good things, and I totally agree with that. But the business on the implications and whether or not it's unclear landscape versus seascape, and on this business about making a recommendation on the HAPCs, I'm not ready to support that until I understand it more. Again, agree with everything else, except I'm not convinced we need to write a letter relative to the draft mitigation policy.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Marcy Remco. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Phil, for raising this point. We had some discussion about this in delegation as well. And our Habitat Committee member actually did convey that, there wasn't, in his view, necessity here that we write a letter. I feel like the concerns that you've raised are probably things that we should know a little more about. I was kind of supportive of the idea that, we compliment NIMS for trying to create some national standards. And I think, the issue of transparency on this topic is really important. So I was kind of thinking that, there would be no harm in complimenting NIMS for that effort. But as you point out, there are some things in here that we probably need to understand a little better before we touch on. I guess I defer to either the suggestion we send no letter or we send a very watered down letter with very little content. And I could go either way on that. But I do thank you for raising the point. And I mean, the fact that you heard it from your Washington rep and that I did hear similar comments from our California rep. I'm glad that you raised your hand. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Further hands, further comments? Okay. Well, I think I got out of this. I think my summary is that we probably should invite the Nordic Aqua Farms to the September Council meeting to give a presentation or meet with the Habitat Committee. And also talk about a draft letter to maybe do a draft letter. Oh, Phil Anderson. Phil?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break into your thought process there. You're going down. I wondered what I want. Well, I've already done it, so there we are. I wondered if Frank could, I mean, they put the policy out for review and which is great. And the public comments through July 30th. And there's those 8 principles that are in that, all which I think look good, improvements. So is there, would it be beneficial if the council expressed its general support for the new policy? We could potentially, but if we're not, if we're, I guess I'd like to hear from you whether that's something that would be beneficial from your perspective.
Frank?
I am not been fully briefed on this, and so I'm hoping maybe Corey, I see that he's still on. I don't know if he could respond to this. Matt probably would have been the best one, but I don't see his name on the list. But Corey, are you able to respond to that? Oh, there he goes.
I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The opinion of the Habitat Committee was very complimentary of the report and the policy by and large. And so we did not have, aside from those 2 issues and a couple of minor issues that were up for discussion, we did not have strong opinions. So if we were to send a letter, we would probably send a very complimentary letter noting its importance and bring up these 2 issues with a little more detail that we noted in the report. Does that address your question, Phil?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So I guess with that, are we in favor of maybe drafting a letter with what going down with what Corey said and kind of maybe raise those issues in the letter, but generally have it more complimentary to the work that's been done? Phil?
I would be okay with that approach with the caveat that we are softer on those 2 issues, in particular on number 2, where we say NOAA should develop a policy for all habitat areas of particular concern, blah, blah, blah. Something like, NOAA should consider. I just want to leave some flexibility there that this is a thought that we had that they might want to consider, but I don't want it to be we think you should do this kind of a statement. And just bringing to their attention that we weren't clear on the implications relative to the landscape or seascape approach implies, and but I would want that to be softer than what in particular number 2, softer than what's in the Habitat Committee's report, but it largely be supportive of the policy, complimentary. Here's a couple things you might think about, and if that approach pleased the remainder of the council, I could go with that.
Okay, sounds good. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I completely agree with Phil on this. I'm just trying to come up to speed, just receiving some emails, general emails from NIMS on this right now. And I agree that, especially since I'm not an expert on this, I don't want to, jump into thou shalt do. I think thou shalt consider is pretty much what we're doing and what NIMS should be doing as well. So I agree with Phil completely.
Okay. Heather Hall. Heather?
Thanks, Vice Chair Pettinger. I really appreciate the direction that this guidance is headed, specifically on the national draft mitigation policy and keeping it more narrow and supporting that standardization of the policy that's basically already in place. And also want to say that I appreciate the approach that the GAP put out and willingness to collaborate on the oil rig decommissioning proposal, and hope that council staff can help facilitate that collaboration with the GAP and the Habitat Committee. So just wanted to provide my support on where we're headed here. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Likewise, I'm very glad we had this discussion, and I support the revised focus of the letter and it being more complimentary and appreciative of the effort, and much less on the substance. But I like characterizing it as here are a few things to consider. I just note the deadline of July 30th, and we have a lot of content that we are working through over summer, and I think recognizing the goal of this letter, if it's brief and supportive, and it doesn't need to be I think very detailed. So these quick response processes always are a little bit of a challenge. And I think, our discussion here should be useful to the Habitat Committee in the development of the letter for our quick response process. So appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Marcy. Phil?
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Marcy. Yeah, my recommendation here would just be that we direct Chuck to draft this letter and send it. I don't think we need in my view, we don't need a quick response kind of that. I think he's listening to this as well as staff, and that it's largely complimentary and bringing up a couple of points he might consider. And I totally trust them to craft a one-page letter that makes those points, and I don't need to see it, for me anyway.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Anyone think different from that point of view? Okay. All right. Anyone else on the topic of D1? Chris Kern. Chris?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. First of all, I tried to turn my microphone up, so hopefully that helped, and I'm not sure if it did.
No, you're good.
Okay, good. Turns out there's a way to do that. Yeah, I'm supportive of the discussion that's just occurred. I wanted to circle back to the item on the 399 call discussion, and I thought I heard Marcy suggest that might be something that would, not her words, but would be informed by later discussions this week under, I think it's C4. Is that the understanding we have right now, or are we moving forward with something at this stage instead? That's my only question.
I believe you're correct. It's a C4 boom will be here under marine planning. If someone thinks otherwise, I believe that was Marcy's intent. Okay. Marcy.
Yeah, to clarify, I just want to lend support to the HC's recommendation of having a letter. I think what the HC is telling us is that they are available to work on this, and depending on what may come out of the C4 discussion, they will appreciate assistance or leadership from others on the content. So I'm comfortable saying yes on the letter, and I think, not knowing anything further at this point, that the HC is the appropriate, I guess, designee for taking the lead on the assignment.
Okay. Thanks, Marcy. All right. So I think we're going to have, what I hear, we've heard so far, see no hands. We're going to have Chuck write a letter on the mitigation. We're going to have the HC do a, where am I at here? Draft a letter potentially at the September meeting for the BOEM update on the oil rig decommissioning, and then the Habitat Committee do a letter to meet the, well, here, I'm back up a little bit on the, wow. Maybe I should go to Jennifer, by golly, because my notes are all scribbly. Jennifer, give us a review of what we're going to do here.
Sure, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, so Chuck and staff would be writing the letter on the NOAA mitigation policy. The Habitat Committee would be drafting a letter on oil rig decommissioning and also drafting a letter on the Morro Bay call area, although that process will be informed by discussions under C4. That's what I understand. So
perfect. Okay. All right. Seeing no other hands, no further discussion. Jennifer, are we done here?
Yes, we are.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you. And with that, we'll go to Salmon, E1, Sunk ESA Consultation. And I will look to Robin to take us into that. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Robin Elke here, talk to you about agenda item E1, which is the Southern Oregon, Northern California Coast Coho Endangered Species Act consultation process. In April of 2020, the ad hoc Sonk Coho work group was developed with the primary task of developing a range of harvest control rule alternatives for council consideration, which the council would adopt and adopt a preferred alternative and make that recommendation to NIMS. The work group was given 18 months to fulfill that task, which gives us the timeline of having a final preferred alternative for the council by November 2021. Of note is if the changes to the current harvest control rule for the Sonk Coho are adopted for implementation, then an amendment to the salmon fishery plan may be needed. So back in November of 2020, the work group provided their first draft risk assessment to the council. It had a set of preliminary harvest control alternatives. And then in April 21, the work group provided a progress report to the council. And here at this June meeting, the Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed the technical aspects of the work group's current risk assessment. And in addition, the work group has been working with and informing the Salmon Advisory Subpanel on the work that they've conducted and looked for input from that group as well. So the work group has met multiple times since they started their journey back in June 2020. It has come with its challenges. We don't need to remind you of the 2020 COVID-19 outbreak, the wildfire season, all of that made it very challenging to get work done and keep people on task with those other things going on in their lives. They have done a huge amount of work. There's not really a lot of data on this stock of fish, but the work group has done an excellent job. I'd like to thank the council right now for providing such great individuals that form this work group. They are fantastic and much appreciated. So the work group will continue to refine their analysis of the alternative control rules given the time that they have. The report that you have now, the risk assessment, is kind of a pencils down, if you will, report, in that the work group really wanted to give you the work that they were able to do up to this point, but it is an ongoing process with more analysis to come, as you will hear from the work group chair here in a minute. But with that, the council action for today is to look at that revised risk assessment and adopt a range of alternatives as appropriate. And for your briefing materials, you have the work group report that was submitted by the work group. And Dr. Michael Farrell is the chair of this work group, and he'll go through a PowerPoint with you. We also have 3 advisory body reports, one from the SSC, another from the STT, and the SAS has also submitted a report. And then, of course, any public comment as it comes in. So with that, that completes my summary. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin before we go to Mike? Okay. Dr. O'Farrell, we'll look to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just want to make sure you can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear.
Great, thank you. Yes, I'll be giving the Coho ad hoc work group's report here today. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of history of the work group. The council established us in April of 2020. The work group has held meetings in June, August, and October of that year as well. We came to the November 2020 council meeting and provided a progress report and a supplemental work group report that had just a partial analysis at that time. We had subsequent work group meetings in January, March, and May of 2021. In April 2021, at the council meeting, we provided a progress report. And here we are in June 2021 at the council meeting, where we have a variety of control rules and analysis of those control rules for consideration by the council to adopt a range of alternatives. Next slide, please. The organization of the work group report is described below. This is the same organization as the slides that I'm going to be presenting today. First, I will describe the status of the Coho ESU and describe the fisheries that impact Coho. There's a section on abundance forecasting, and then we present a variety of harvest control rules. And then finally, in the most meaty part, or one of the most meaty parts of the report, is the risk assessment and evaluation of those harvest control rules. Next slide, please. We'll begin with describing Coho status. As I think most know, it's listed as threatened under the ESA. There are 7 diversity strata within the ESU and 40 populations. However, there isn't data on all 40 populations, and the work group decided that there is sufficient data for our analysis for 6 ESU natural components. They include 2 populations, Shasta and Scott Rivers in the Upper Klamath Basin, a component of the Upper Klamath River population, and that's Bogus Creek, a component of Humboldt Bay tributaries population, that would be Freshwater Creek, and 2 population aggregates, Trinity and Rogue Rivers. And by aggregates here, I mean that within the Trinity aggregate, there are multiple populations represented. Same for the Rogue. We also have data from 3 hatcheries, Cold Rivers and the Rogue River, and Iron Gate and Trinity River hatcheries. Okay, next slide, please. And this is a map and a listing of the populations within the ESU and the ones that we have data for. So on the left-hand side of the table, we have the diversity strata, and there are 7 of those, and the populations, and there are 40 of those. Of those 40 populations, we have representation of by 6 components. They include the Rogue, Bogus Creek, Shasta River, Scott River, all in the Klamath Basin, Trinity River, and Freshwater Creek. And you can see on the map below, the ESU ranges from all the way from the upper Rogue Basin, Elk River on the coast, down to the southernmost portions of the Eel River watershed. Next slide, please. This is a plot of escapement to natural areas of the different Sonk Coho populations over time since 2000. And this is kind of a busy graph. It shows general trends in the abundance, summed abundance of all of these components. I'll note that this includes hatchery origin fish that are returned to natural spawning areas. And some of the larger components of the bars here are hatchery origin fish. And part of the decrease that we see over time is attributable to a decrease in hatchery production for some of the hatchery programs. Next slide, please. Right now, I'll give a brief description of fisheries impacting Sonk Coho. Okay, next, please. Ocean fisheries that affect Sonk Coho are mostly comprised of non-retention impacts and commercial and recreational fisheries targeting Chinook, but also targeting mark-selected Coho fisheries. You can see the time series of exploitation rates, ocean exploitation rates in the figure here. There was much higher exploitation rates in the 80s and early 90s, and this is a period of time when there was Coho retention allowed in California and more widespread Coho fisheries. But since the mid-90s, there have been relatively low estimated exploitation rates along the range of 5 to 6% on average. And the current consultation standard for Sonk Coho is an ocean exploitation rate upper limit of 13%. Next slide, please. With regard to freshwater fisheries, there are tribal fisheries in the Klamath Basin. Yurok tribe and Hoopa Valley tribe manage their fisheries for the benefit of its members and conservation of the resource. There are also recreational fisheries in freshwater. Retention of Coho is prohibited in California, both in the ocean and in freshwater. Yet there are impacts to Sonk Coho in California, incidental impacts as a result of targeting Chinook and steelhead. There are small-scale mark-selected fisheries in Oregon rivers, and then, but these are, as I mentioned, relatively small scale and a small portion of the overall exploitation rate. Next slide, please. These plots show the total exploitation rates from 4 population units in the Klamath Basin, Klamath Trinity Basin, and where these, what proportion of the exploitation rates are taken in various fisheries. We have the ocean exploitation rate from the Yurok tribal fishery, the Hoopa Valley tribal fishery, and incidental take and sport fisheries. We can see here that the Scott, Shasta, and Bogus ER patterns are very similar to each other. That is not surprising because they encounter the same fisheries every year. Whereas the Trinity ER has a somewhat higher exploitation rate because there is an additional fishery within the Trinity Basin, the Hoopa Valley tribe. I also note the numbers at the top of these plots indicate the pre-fishery ocean abundance, the reconstructed abundance. And if you look closely, I know they're very small, but you'll see there's some years where that number is very, very small for some of these populations. And in cases like that, where we do have very small sample sizes to calculate exploitation rates, there's a corresponding increase in the uncertainty in those estimates. And so we are in a very data poor situation for the most part within Coho, and we're trying to squeeze a lot of information out of very little data in many cases. And this is one example of that. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, moving on to abundance forecasting. Next, there was a pretty robust effort to look into feasibility of making forecasts for natural origin fish in the Sonk ESQ. There is currently a hatchery forecast made that is made to facilitate management and as an input to Coho Fram, but there are currently no forecasts for natural origin fish. And so the assessment that we made was for the potential to do that. We looked at data considerations, the amount of data and the type of data. I'll just say that the data that we have for many of these populations in terms of abundance and escapement span only 1 to 2 decades. And for in areas where there is smolt out-migrant monitoring, we have fewer years of data. We also took into account statistical considerations such as the relationship between predictor variables and abundance and how strong those relationships might be. We also took into account practical considerations like whether the data will be ready in time for annual management and whether the data streams that provide information for forecasting were likely to persist into the future. Next slide, please. This table shows analysis of statistical considerations for a variety of potential forecast models for the 6 populations that we've been talking about throughout this talk here today. In total, there were 26 models fitted to these 6 population units, and only 2 of these 26 models had moderate to strong statistical relationships with potential forecast value. And those include a sibling model for rogue coho and an out-migrant model for Scott River coho. The rest did not show very strong statistical associations. There's an analysis of forecast skill or by looking at root mean squared error and mean error, and none of these showed very promising ability to make very good forecasts. There's moderate forecast performance by using the 3-year average to forecast the abundance for freshwater creek, but otherwise we found relatively poor statistical relationships that would infer that we could do a good job of forecasting abundance. Next slide, please. With regard to practical considerations, this is laid out in good detail in Table 15 of the report. It's too big to display in a PowerPoint slide, so I'll just mention it and point you in that direction if you'd like more information. There was an analysis of the stability of the current monitoring programs. They were rated a relative ranking of moderate for many of the Klamath Basin programs and moderate to high for the Rogue and Trinity. There's some concern that their funding will dry up for some of these existing monitoring programs that are producing the data that we use in the analysis that I'm talking about today. And there may be some shifting priorities in using the monitoring money to different areas within the basin or other streams. We also looked at data timing. Analysis of this suggested that for the California populations, the data could be, escapement data could be ready by early to mid-March, whereas for the rogue, the time frame was early to mid-February. Part of this has to do with late run timing relative to Chinook, and what I'm going to mention next, co-manager processes that would need to take place to finalize escapement estimates. So, for example, once the data is collected, there has to be a QA/QC analysis of the data, estimates of escapement made, and documentation. And these sorts of processes that occur amongst a variety of entities were factored into those data availability timelines I mentioned in that second bullet. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, moving along here. Now I'm going to speak to the variety of control rules considered here. Next. We have three classes of control rules considered. One was the constant exploitation rate control rules, which I think is self-explanatory. Number two are abundance-based control rules. These are control rules that require abundance forecasts and have variable exploitation rates based on abundance. And the third is a matrix control rule. And well, I will show you a preliminary matrix control rule. I will note that the analysis has not been completed for that control rule at this time. Next slide, please. Okay, this series of plots shows the constant exploitation rate control rules. Control rules 1 through 4 on the top row here are in terms of total exploitation rate. And this provides a cap on total exploitation rate. Control rule 1 would be 0. This is just for reference to see what would happen in the absence of fisheries and a risk analysis. Control rule 2 has a max exploitation rate of 7%, 13% for control rule 3, and 26% for control rule 4. Looking down at the second row there, we have 3 constant exploitation rate control rules. That's 7%, 13%, and 26%, except these are all specified on the basis of ocean exploitation rates and no explicit cap on the total exploitation rate, as was the case for the control rules 1 through 4. Next slide, please. This next set of control rules are the abundance-based control rules. They all have the same general form. If we just look at the top left cell here, you see that the exploitation rate is, allowable exploitation rate is 0, and abundance is 0, but then rises as abundance increases. Then there's a flat portion of the control rule. And then after at higher abundance, the control rule allows for a higher exploitation rate until a maximum cap. That flat area, that intermediate flat area of the control rules, it represents the middle 50% of past abundance for these population components. The lower 25% is the range between the left-hand side of that flat part and 0, and the upper 25% is to the right of that increasing arm on the right-hand side of the flat portion in the middle of the plot. So all these have the same form, and they're all based on past abundances. And control rule 8 is on the top row right there, right here, and it has separate control rules for different portions of the Sonk-ESU. So on the left-hand side, we have the Rogue aggregate, then the Klamath aggregate, which is comprised of Shasta, Scott, and Bogus creeks, then the Trinity aggregate, and then Freshwater Creek. And the way this would work is you would need forecasts for all of these components, and they would all potentially have different allowable exploitation rates. The next control rule is Control Rule 9, and this is similar to Control Rule 8, except the Trinity and Klamath aggregates are lumped together. And then there's Control Rules 10 and 11 on the bottom row. Control Rule 10 is an aggregate of all of the populations, Rogue, the Klamath Trinity populations, and Freshwater Creek. This control rule is on the basis of total exploitation rate. And Control Rule 11 is the same control rule with the same aggregate, except is on the basis of an ocean-only exploitation rate. Next slide, please. We thought a little bit more about the possibility of making abundance-based control rules work, and asked the question, are SONC populations correlated? This is on the right-hand side, we see a correlation matrix based on run size here. And we see positive correlations in the green areas. And what we see here is that most of these populations are positively correlated with each other, in some cases strongly positively correlated. But that isn't the case for all of them. Some are weakly positive. And one that sticks out is Freshwater Creek, where Freshwater Creek doesn't appear to change abundance in tandem with many of the Klamath and Rogue populations. Well, mostly it actually, I should be clear about that. It's negative correlations with Bogus, Shasta, and Scott in particular. And so in general, what we see is a lot of positive correlation, and Freshwater Creek being the outlier here. Next slide, please. We asked also the question, because of some of these correlations, can SONC populations be adequately forecast? And what we looked at here was whether hatchery information, which is perhaps more readily available than natural origin population data, if it can be used as a proxy for natural run size. And here we've plotted hatchery jacks against the natural run size for Klamath, Trinity, and Rogue. And we see that it does have a positive correlation and may be useful for forecasting. Next slide, please. And as mentioned before, we have a preliminary matrix control rule that has not yet been evaluated, but I'm going to show it here. This is along the lines of what's used for other coho stocks like OC and Coho. On the top there, we have a marine survival index, which is based on jacks per smolt for hatchery releases from Coal Rivers and Trinity River Hatchery. And on the left-hand side, we have the natural seeding level based on index populations. And we have a variety of allowable exploitation rates that range from 5% to 25%. But again, this is really preliminary. Next slide, please. Okay, now we'll move on to the risk assessment and evaluation of these control rules. Next. There's three main sections of the risk assessment. The first one is the estimation of productivity and capacity using spawner recruit analyses. The second is the risk assessment model itself, which is used to assess conservation costs and fishery benefits. And then there are a variety of sensitivity analyses performed on the risk assessment model that looked at the sensitivity to different assumptions about parameters and levels of variation within the model. Next. With regard to productivity and capacity, We know that this is a very important part of the risk assessment. These are necessary for the model. In fact, they're the core of the model. And we'll show that in more detail later. Here we plot the capacity and productivity, capacity on the x-axis and productivity on the y-axis for Sank Coho, and those are the green circles. You'll find them at the lower left-hand corner of this plot. What we see for Sank Coho is we have really quite low capacity for some low to moderate capacity, but some very low capacity populations. And we also have generally low productivity. When we compare these to other coho stocks on the coast, Lower Columbia River coho and Sank Coho, we see some similarities between Lower Columbia River coho and Ocean coho, I should say. We see similarities between Sank Coho and the Lower Columbia River coho populations, whereas for the Oregon Coast coho, they have feature in many cases higher productivity and higher levels of capacity than we see for Sank Coho. Next slide. And now we'll go into the risk assessment model itself. As I mentioned before, it is centered around the stock recruitment models, and you can see that in the circle, the oval in the middle of this diagram on the right-hand side of the slide. The model itself is stochastic, and for the most part, the simulations there are 1,000 simulations of 100 years in length. It can account for autocorrelation and survival and productivity. It does account for depensation at low abundance, such that when you get below a threshold abundance, the recruit responder begins to decrease. It accounts for annual variability and exploitation rates as well through the implementation of control rules. Next slide, please. And here, this is one of the core results from the risk assessment model. This, on the x-axis of this plot, we have fishing rate, or total exploitation rate. And on the y-axis, we have a 20-year risk of extinction. And the lines show various profiles of risk for the different populations and some reference populations. The highest risks here are for Shasta River, Bogus Creek, and Trinity River. You see here that even at very low levels of fishing, there are high levels of extinction risk for those populations. On the other hand, we have relatively low risks for Freshwater Creek. Freshwater Creek is the dark blue line with the blue triangles. We can see that the risk is relatively low until you get to high levels of exploitation rates. In the middle, we have the Rogue and Scott River populations, and this is somewhat of an intermediate result where these populations are quite sensitive to the fishing rate. There's relatively low risks at low levels of fishing, but rise quickly to relatively high levels of risk up at a fishing mortality rate of 50%. To give some perspective on these risk profiles, there's plots of generic populations just labeled A, B, and C. And these are representative of Sank Coho, Ocean Coho, and LCN Coho, the estimates of their productivity and capacity. And you can see here a population A has low risks. That's that dark blue line at the very bottom. Has relatively low risks at all levels of fishing, in the range of this plot. And this is a more productive population. Population B is a little less productive and has higher risk, and population C even more so. And yet all three of these generic populations have lower levels of risk than than many of the Sank populations analyzed here. Next slide, please. Another component of the risk analysis is evaluating, we just looked at conservation or extinction risks, and now we're looking at harvest, and this is a proxy for fishery benefits. Again, we have the fishing rate on the x-axis here and the harvest impacts on the y-axis. And this tells us a little something about the fishery benefits we could expect. Some of these populations have very low levels of harvest at any level of fishing. These are very small populations, but others are larger, and you see an increase in harvest up to a certain level. In many cases, when you get up to high levels of exploitation, the harvest flattens out or decreases because the population productivity can't keep up with the amount of removals. Next slide, please. These plots show relative risks for all the populations, or I'm sorry, all the control rules, and some reference control rules that have exploitation rates outside of the list of 11 control rules that we've considered thus far. Just to explain the layout here, on the top row, we are looking at Scott River, and on the bottom row, we're looking at Freshwater Creek. The left-hand side plots are 100-year extinction risks. The middle plots are 20-year extinction risks. And on the right-hand side, those are harvest values. And so I'm going to start by just focusing on Scott River 20-year risks. So that's the top middle panel. The left-hand side here shows constant exploitation rates of from 0 to 50%. And as expected, risks increase as the exploitation rates increase. Then we have constant exploitation rate control rules 1 through 7 following that. And we see similar patterns. I mean, these are constant exploitation rates that largely mirror 0, 7, 13, and 26%. And then constant exploitation rates that are based on ocean fisheries only include control rules 5, 6, and 7. And in this case, there's our exploitation rates of 7, 13, and 26%. That's the ocean part only. We add on to the ocean exploitation rate, expected exploitation rate that would be encountered in freshwater, because the model needs a total exploitation rate to assess risk. And as a result, these risk levels are higher because there's a total exploitation rate that exceeds those for control rules 2, 3, and 4. Abundance-based control rule 8, 9, 10, and 11 are on the right-hand side. And what we see here are similar, you can compare these to the constant exploitation rate control rules to see where, at what point risks are higher or lower between these control rules. Looking over to the harvest plot for Scott River, we see similar situation here as described in the previous slide, where you have increases in harvest with increasing exploitation rates, but then that's only true to a certain extent, and then they begin to decrease. And you can see the relative levels of harvest between the control rules on the right-hand side. In some cases, the exploitation rate or harvest levels are a bit higher for abundance-based control rules relative to constant exploitation rate control rules. And we will talk about a little bit more about that result later. For Freshwater Creek, the patterns are qualitatively similar, although Freshwater Creek is a more productive population. And so you see 20-year extinction risks being relatively lower than Scott River for Freshwater Creek. Okay, next slide, please. So I just presented some of the core results from the risk assessment. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about sensitivity analyses to poke and prod at those results to see how sensitive our many assumptions in these models are. So what results are to our assumptions. We looked at the effects of hatchery strays and found that there was generally little effect of strays on skunk populations. There are some skunk populations that have a large number of hatchery strays, and they're relatively unproductive, and the surplus of fish into the natural spawning areas, hatchery origin fish, does not provide a demographic boost. We looked at fishery implementation error and found that conservation risks were minimally sensitive to that. We looked at a combination of forecast and implementation error for the abundance-based control rules. In this case, forecasts, as we all know, are not perfectly accurate every year, so we build an error for that. And the implementation error is just the typical error that we see between the exploitation rate we think we're going to have pre-season and what ultimately we see post-season. And again, we found that conservation risks were minimally sensitive to this combination of forecast and implementation error. And it largely had to do with the low errors canceling out high errors. We also looked at the effects of alternative stock recruit parameters. We found little difference in risk for parameters estimated within this workgroup process and from a Trinity hatchery genetic management plan. In this case, one set of parameters had a higher capacity than another, but also a lower, one had, let me restate that. One had one analysis showed a high capacity and low productivity, and the other analysis showed a high productivity, low capacity. And relative to risk, those differences were essentially a wash. And then we have implemented an alternative implementation of abundance-based control rules, essentially another risk analysis model. And this analysis suggested that results for the abundance-based control rules may be sensitive to whether populations are simultaneously or separately. The issue here is that in some of the abundance-based control rules, well, in all of the abundance-based control rules, but in particular, control rules 10 and 11, where there's abundance forecasts that are aggregated for all of the population in the ESU, and that is used to set the allowable exploitation rates. That's how it would work in practice. In the risk assessment model, the model structure requires us to model populations one by one and not in the aggregate. And as a result, there's a bit of weak stop management going on in the model, and that the risk could be lower than it would be expected in practice if the model was being implemented in the way that the control rule would be implemented in practice. And so this is something that we've been considering for a bit of time, and we've been scratching our heads about it, and something that we certainly want to pursue further. It has not been fully resolved, and we'll say that it is on top of our list of things to do following this meeting. And so that is our main task following when we get home from here. Okay, next slide, please. Just two more slides here, and to summarize things. The work group has performed a preliminary analysis of 11 control rules, while there's an analysis of matrix-based control rules still under development. The analysis considered performance measures for conservation, such as spawning escapement and extinction risks, and fishery performance, such as exploitation rate and harvest of skunk coho. There are a range of risks across the skunk ESU. They're relatively high for Shasta, Bogus, and Trinity, regardless of fishing. relatively low for Freshwater Creek, and relatively intermediate for Rogue and Scott. Next slide. With regard to abundance-based control rules, showing that they may produce increase in fishery benefits at similar risk levels, but we want to investigate that result more. And as I mentioned, the work group will be looking at alternative model formulations to assess this further. We find that there are a few strong statistical associations between abundance and predictor variables. And the assessment of abundance forecasting feasibility noted uncertainty about future dependability and annual timing of data availability. Both of these things are potentially difficult, make abundance forecasting difficult for, in particular, the California populations. The risk assessment requires total exploitation rates to assess conservation and fishery effects. And so for total exploitation rate control rules, that's fairly straightforward. The freshwater and ocean exploitation rates are managed to the ER cap specified by the control rule. For ocean-only exploitation rate control rules, we need to set freshwater exploitation rates to recent year averages to get to a total exploitation rate so we can assess risk. Now, if these freshwater exploitation rates are not representative of future rates, then the population and fishery effects from the model could be quite different than we've presented here. And I believe that's my last slide, or do I have one more?
I think that's it.
That's it. Okay, great.
Thank you, Mike. I hope it's not a quiz after this, but appreciate all the hard work put in that, and look to the council for any questions or comments for Mike. Chris Kern. Chris.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have some questions. I'm trying to think of ways I can eliminate some of them because I end up with a fair number. So I'll try to be judicious about it and not monopolize. But I did have a couple that came up during the presentation and a couple I had before. Mike, could you go to slide, or whoever's running the slideshow? Could we go to slide 26? And I've got a question on this in the next slide as well, but this is a good place to start. I look at the curves here showing for the Rogue and Scott, which are both in the middle of the screen there, and they're pretty similar. And so understanding they're different populations, but I'm looking at this as the combined effect of fishing and other issues on risk to the population results in something pretty similar for both of them. And then if you could go to the next slide, I note that unlike the Scott in this figure, which my own phrasing tips over pretty quickly at higher exploitation rates, indicating that population is being pushed down more, whereas the Rogue in this particular figure doesn't. And I know they're not exactly the same thing, but I'm struggling to conceptualize how those two scenarios could both be occurring. The dissimilarity, understanding there are different abundances in this figure versus the similarity in the other one. Mike, do you have any, and I apologize, I'm putting you on the spot. If I'd have noticed this in my review of the report, I would have asked sooner, but so I apologize for putting you on the spot. But could you speculate or have any input on why that might be occurring?
Thank you, Mr. Kern. That's going to be tough without taking a closer look and having the numbers in front of me about for the productivity and capacity between those two populations. I think, as you correctly noted, they're different abundances for these two populations, and that could explain the disparity in harvest numbers. But exactly why the SCOD population levels off, whereas the rogue does not at higher levels of exploitation. I'd have to look. I'd hate to speculate, but something I could follow up with you afterwards if that would be okay.
Totally fine. I appreciate it. And it could even be just something the next time the work group gets together to just kind of double check it. I appreciate it. I'll hold the rest for now because I don't want to monopolize.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Anyone else? Brett Corbos. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mike. I just want to confirm my understanding here after looking at the report and the presentation. While you've shown a matrix-based harvest control rule, or at least a conceptual one that seems to have been drawn up as a straw man, it has not received any analysis in terms of risk assessment, correct? So there's no result included here that pertains to the matrix concept. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thanks, Brett. Susan Bishop. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just sort of to follow up on that, Dr. O'Farrell, the sort of conceptual graphic that we have for the matrix-based rule, that's one formulation of an abundance-based rule, but it could be something else. We've used those in a couple of other areas along the coast, and they're different for the different coho stocks that they've applied to. Is that correct? You might be muted.
I'm sorry, was that directed at me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that this is a very preliminary straw man, if you will, and I think it's just representing similar matrix-based control rules that we've seen up and down the coast, and has not been tailored necessarily to St. Coho. I'm not sure if that addressed your question, but.
Yes, thank you. I was thinking the work group, to underscore your point of the work group having an additional discussion as to what that would look like, and the outcome might be different, something the council might offer additional guidance to if it's under consideration.
Okay. Anyone else? Maybe back to you, Chris, maybe?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Because I was just getting ready to raise I already did raise my hand. I'll put it down for now. Thinking about abundance projections and potentially down the road the matrix discussion, I saw the plot for the total hatchery jack return and I think it was Klamath Trinity natural run size. And so maybe just it looks like that's a number of jacks as opposed to something like a jack index, which is what the matrix would conceivably could use. Might be worth, if the group didn't, it might be worth looking into whether that index itself could be useful in forecasting abundance. It might lead to some information about how well the matrix might track with real performance. Otherwise, the forecast performance that we saw in the table, even the best ones of them kind of looked pretty poor to me. Could you maybe give us a little bit on the metrics for those tables, Dr. O'Farrell, at real high level? How should we interpret things like RMSE values and like a quick high level 101 on that?
Yes, Mr. Kerr, I can attempt to do that. Okay, well, if we're looking at the table, I guess it's maybe slide 15 or 13. I'm kind of following along on my own PowerPoint over here, so I don't know if my numbers line up perfectly. Yeah, that's the right one. I'm just going to look at the top row there, and we have N, that's the number of data points. R squared is a measure of the statistical association between essentially the fit, goodness of fit for between a predictor variable and response. And so that would be something like, how good of a fit is there to a regression in terms of a sibling model? Let's see. P-value assesses it, statistical significance. Root mean squared error is a measure of precision of the forecast. And in this case, for the root mean squared error and mean error, RMSE and ME respectively, these are measures that were calculated based on forecasts that were out of sample forecasts that were made compared to estimates. So you remove 1 year, you forecast the abundance for that year, and then you compare it to the actual abundance in that year. Root mean square tells you something about the precision of those forecasts, while mean error tells you something about the bias. And if your mean error is 0, then you have low bias. Negative, you're biased low, I believe, although sometimes it can be described in different ways. But is that helpful?
Yeah, it is. Thank you. It was in my head, and this may be an inappropriate metric to compare against. It seemed like the root mean square of anything over or approaching 1 or more seems to be pretty poor performing. That's probably not the right way to look at it, but I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Brett Corbos. Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mike, I've got a couple of questions now as a follow-up to this. So we're looking at this slide again, and we've got these 2 populations and models highlighted and described as moderate to strong statistical relationships. Can you help me understand how we came to that, or the work group came to that qualification of moderate to strong? What is that pertaining to in terms of these statistics that have been highlighted here?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall work group discussions on this. We had substantial discussion on forecasting, as you might expect. My recollection is that we never, as a work group, discussed threshold levels for describing something as weak or moderate or strong. I am not completely sure. Second here. Computer went to sleep.
Did I lose your mic?
Well, I'm sorry. My computer went to sleep, so I had to wake it up before.
Okay.
Because I wanted to look at the table while I answer Brett's question here. I don't think there were benchmark levels established by the work group. I think these are relatively subjective, although Pete McHugh on the work group was the main architect of this analysis of abundance forecasts, and perhaps he had threshold levels in mind when he made those qualifiers. But I do not know. I do not recall from work group discussions that that we established those altogether.
Brett?
Thanks, Dr. O'Farrell. So, my follow-up question is that we have this much information for the abundance-based harvest control rules, or really just sort of a suite of potential forecast methodologies to support implementation of those rules. And then the only thing that we have right now for the potential around a matrix is on slide 20. And we have that fitted relationship, and we have an R-squared value, which is ultimately, as far as I can see, the only comparative statistic being shown for this as it relates to that previous table we were just discussing. R-squared value of 0.48. How do we qualify that? Is that weak to moderate? If we're kind of looking at things in the most simple of statistical senses around R-squared value of a fit and potential or how worthwhile it might be to further explore this relationship.
Well, we didn't have conversations about, the strength of this fit. I think that this is here to show that there is a positive association between hatchery jacks and run size. And whether this, meets the bar, meets some bar for, strength of association, I can't say. But I think that it was put here to show that hatchery data could be potentially useful or is potentially correlated with clam maternity, rogue, natural run size. And I think that's all it's really trying to say. I don't think that we can say anything about this as a forecast model necessarily with a particular level of forecast skill, but that just that there may be potential.
Brett?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dr. O'Farrell. So one thing that's particularly lacking in the work group report, at least as I find it, is a section related to considerations, caveats, or even recommendations to the council around the various control rules that have been provided for our consideration. And I find that problematic when the work group has shown a matrix concept like this with no support whatsoever in terms of comparative risk, any kind of benefit it might provide to the fishery in terms of opportunity and an ability to access target stocks. There's really nothing to go on here except for, I guess, what you have qualified this slide to say there may be some potential. Is there any recommendation from the work group around the matrix rule? Why is it included? And how should we take it as a council as something to pursue or not pursue going forward?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Kormos. I would say that you're right. The work group has not made any recommendations to the council about any of the control rules. We've tried to just perform an analysis of these control rules and present it for council consideration. As you pointed out, there is no analysis of the matrix-based control rule as of yet. We couldn't get it done in time for this council meeting. I think that we viewed this meeting as a potential for the council to adopt a range of alternatives, and at that point, I don't know that work group recommendations for various control rules is needed, and so we wanted to include the matrix one. We didn't want to, even though we did not have an analysis of it, just to broaden the range of control rules that the council could consider. I understand it might be difficult to make a decision on something where you don't have an analysis, but that's just where we find ourselves today.
Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and forgive me, Dr. O'Farrell, for pestering you on this particular issue. But why, can you tell me why this control rule does not have an analysis or hasn't been fleshed out? Was it a late arrival? And if so, why was it a late arrival? Or are there other reasons that this did not receive the same level of attention that the other harvest control rules provided in the report did?
Yes, Mr. Clonos, it was a late arrival. It was not in our previous report. It's something that we have come up with since then. We wanted to, just in general, have a range of control rules for council consideration. And so this is something that a class of control rules that's been used and is currently used for Coho to the north, Coho ESU. And so it was included. It was included late, and the modeling is just taking longer than we had hoped. It's not a trivial thing to implement in the risk assessment model, and it's just the results of the risk assessment are not available yet. That's all I can really say about it, I think.
Okay, Susan Bishop. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I would just note on that last point that although the analysis is sort of late to the game, the concept of a matrix-based rule was included in the range of alternatives that the work group was tasked with. So I just want to make sure that context is clear. And again, thank the work group for all of the work that they've been able to do in quite a short period of time. There was some prioritization and sequencing that had to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Chris Kern. Chris?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and I apologize for teching out a little bit. Dr. O'Farrell, just I think a relatively straightforward question, I hope. The issue at the towards the end, you talked a little bit about, and I'm using my words here, this concern of the aggregating versus sort of disaggregating in the model approach and how that was sort of being wrestled with now. I think I am interpreting it correctly, but this is my question. That really is primarily an issue where a control rule might be based on a subset or combination of subset of stocks as opposed to the whole aggregate. Well, I'll just leave it at that, because it would sort of require that you set the fishery conditions based on one unit, but they may apply in different ways to other units. Whereas if you were using a more aggregated approach at the front end of the selection of an annual control rule, the difference between the form of the model you're using to evaluate it may matter less. Am I describing that accurately enough for you to tell me if I'm off base or not?
Well, Mr. Kern, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I fully understand. I think that maybe I can take a stab, and you can tell me if what I say is helpful or not. I think that the issue is largest when we have the most aggregated control rules. I think that's control rules 10 and 11, where basically all of the populations in the Salk ESU for which we have data, forecasts would be made for all of those. They'd be bundled together, and then you have one allowable exploitation rate that would apply to all of those populations, a single exploitation rate. And the modeling issue at hand is how do we actually implement how it would work in practice, where we bundle everything up, all the abundance, and then read off the control rule what the exploitation rate is. If we do it on a population by population basis, which is the way the risk analysis does it here, then there is, depending upon how it's done, there is some risk of essentially doing weak stock management, whereas some of the smaller, less productive populations maybe receive a lower allowable exploitation rate than a higher than a larger, more robust population. And as a result, the risk levels will be lower than they should be for those smaller populations. So that's the key issue that I think that we are trying to resolve here. And there's been a lot of work done on it yet, but there's still work to be done.
Thank you. And I appreciate you recapping that, because the way I described it was exactly opposite of that. And I had it backwards in my head, but I think I have it straight now. And I do recall having a similar issue in the LCN process several years ago. So thank you for that. I'm good. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Susan?
Apologies, I must have forgotten to take my hand down.
Okay. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks again, Dr. O'Farrell. I hope this will be my last question. But following up on Mr. Kern's question around the issue that has been raised in the work group report relative to concurrent and disaggregated populations, if for some reason this matrix-based rule were to continue to be pursued in some way, shape, or form, given we don't have any resolution around anything relative to this rule, but in concept, based upon what's been provided thus far, would this approach also need some sort of resolution relative to that issue raised in the report about underestimating risk?
Yes, Mr. Cornwell, I think it would. If you can look at the matrix control rule on the axis on the left-hand side is the natural seeding level, and that would be a sum of different populations, Trinity, Rogue, so forth. And I think that we would, because of the aggregation of the number of spawners, I think that would introduce some of the same issue if and that we would have to address it.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you, Brett. Further questions? Joe Oatman. Joe?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and to Dr. O'Farrell. So on the summary slide, number 31, I'd like to get maybe some additional context. So under the abundance-based control rules, the first two bullets, first one dealing with the idea that they could produce increased fishery benefits at similar risk levels, recognizing that more work needs to be done by the work group in looking at alternative model formulations. Could you expand a bit more as to what is meant by this further investigation into alternative model formulations, what that might entail? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oatman. Yeah, I can try to do that. In the report here, in the slides that we presented today, we've shown the results of a risk assessment model, a single risk assessment model that gives us some relative understanding of fishery benefits and risks for various populations, and yet this model we've let me see how I can say this. The issue that we've just been talking about, where the model requires there to be requires populations to be modeled individually, may create a situation where a risk is under predicted for certain populations. And so an alternative model that is very similar to the model that is being used in this risk assessment report has been formulated and is preliminary at this stage, but tries to address the problem that we have been talking about. And so I think that one of the main parts of the work that we want to continue doing is to look at both of those models to see if we can come up with some resolution and some sort of, adjustment to fix the problem that we have, or to assess the severity of the problem and see, which model and which way we can make our best assessment of fishery benefit and risk.
Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and my apologies, Mike. I was wrong. I have another question spurred by Mr. Oatman's question. So is that to say that the fishery benefits that are described in the report are not reliable either, due to this unresolved issue around concurrent versus disaggregated assessment, individual populations versus the aggregate?
Mr. Cornels, I believe that is the case. There may be some effect on the fishery side of it too. Although I guess I would say that my focus has been on the more on the risk side. But I think I would need to ask someone else on the work group or think about it some more before I could give you a definitive answer on that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. I will go with the likelihood that the answer to my question was yes, unless someone else can come along and confirm that it is not yes, it's a no. But my follow-up to that is then, would that also mean that any fishery benefit that might come from a matrix-based rule would also be unreliable unless there's some resolution to the issue at hand?
Again, I don't think I can give a definitive answer to that. We haven't even done the analysis of risk assessment for the matrix rule. And we did talk about how the same sort of aggregation issue is present for the matrix rule, but without doing some more work on it, I can't give an accurate answer at this time.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. So, Dr. O'Farrell, given how preliminary we find ourselves in terms of progress on that matrix rule, is there any way that you can characterize or help the council understand how much more work there is to do on that for it to be something the council could even review, and how might the council inform the work group on form and function of that matrix rule? I suspect that input from outside the work group would be wanted, and that process of gathering input would be time consuming. But maybe you can help me understand your perspective on that as the chair of the work group.
It's a good question. I'm not sure I can give a perfectly accurate answer, but I'm going to speculate a little bit, and I hope that I'm correct on this. I think that the analysis of a matrix control rule is relatively close, and I think that we could likely produce, very likely produce, results in time for the September council meeting. And if that were to be the case, I think that would give time for the council to absorb those results and provide further guidance if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. But just so I'm clear, Dr. O'Farrell, that would be, so the X and Y axes of that control rule that you might bring in September and the values within it would all be ultimately decided by the work group, such that if there was further shaping or changes needed, that would have to happen between September and final adoption in November. Is that correct? I mean, I'm just trying to understand how we get from a proposal from the work group to something that's been publicly vetted and well understood and accepted by the council, so such that it could be adopted.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cormosite. I think that probably is true, and maybe I would look to Susan or other council members, on the process here. But I think what you say sounds reasonable, sounds accurate, given the timelines and stuff. If let's say we are able to do an analysis of this matrix control rule that was presented today, and come back in September, and the council could consider it. The council could make changes to it, but would not see a final final assessment results until November, when final action is to be taken. And I'm not sure if that is acceptable to the council or possible, but at least that's the way I see it. And I'd be happy if someone could correct me.
Chuck Tracy. Chuck?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Brett and Mike, for the discussion here. I guess when I think about this whole process, I kind of harken back to one of our first runs at doing something like this, which was the Thule-Chinook matrix. And I believe we were in about the same position about this time of the year, with the same sort of process deadlines that are facing us for this agenda item. And as I recall, the team at that time did develop something or some things, perhaps over the course of the summer, and presented some options, I guess, or some alternative to the in the advanced briefing book, and then actually spent the work group, or at least Ray, spent a fair amount of time working with the SAS to look at other options, kind of playing with the range of values in the control rules. I realize it wasn't a matrix like this, but it's sort of similar process. During the I guess leading up to the council decision in September, and they were able to come up with some recommendations for the council to consider that went beyond just what the I guess work group or the analysts came up with originally. So I think there's potential for same sort of process to engage the SAS, the stakeholders in this process, to sort of look at at sort of some of the trade-offs associated with sort of maybe scaling some of the values on this in a matrix or matrices that might give the council something a little bit something more to work with by the time they get to the council floor in September. So that's just my thought, and I think again, it was the same sort of deal. That final action in November, but I remember that September meeting being very instrumental for the stakeholders to kind of get involved and see what worked or what some of the trade-offs for them were. So I guess I would think about that as a possible approach.
Okay, and Susan Bishop. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was a great example, Chuck. Appreciate your institutional knowledge there. I think that our recent work on Amendment 21 with regard to killer whales also followed a very similar path. And so we've done a lot of work between meeting in, I don't remember if it was July or June, and the September meeting to flesh out some additional management measures and potential more actions or nuances to what had been presented in June. And we were effective in being able to brief the advisory bodies and the council up and be successful in a decision in November, unless I have overstated that.
Okay. Brett Cormos?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I think I recognize that we're getting really close to what would be characterized as council discussion here. So I'll just be careful. But I did have a question of clarity for Mr. Tracy. I'm not sure I understood what he outlined there. But to be specific, Chuck, were you suggesting that there would be some engagement between now and September in gathering stakeholder input on something that the work group would be developing between now and September?
Chuck?
Yeah, so no, well, not exactly. So I guess what I was suggesting is that the work group would continue to go down the path that they are engaging in, such that something would be in the advanced briefing book for September. And based on that, the SAS could perhaps work further with the analysts or the work group, depending on what the council direction was, but to sort of look at some other options for scaling or structuring that matrix, and then bring their recommendations for consideration for the council in September. Just to kind of maybe narrow, broaden or narrow, or the how that matrix might look prior to the council taking action in September and then final action in November.
Thanks for that, Mr. Tracy. That does strike me as a path that could be successful, but with equal probability of introducing chaos as well. So, but I appreciate the clarity there. Thanks.
Okay. Any further questions for Mike? All right. Well, thank you, Mike. And with that, we'll go to my thing. We'll go to Will Satterthwaite and the SSC report. Will?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. So yeah, for the record, Will Satterthwaite, Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I will be reading Supplemental SSC Report 1. Mr. Ray Beamsdorfer from Fish Science Solutions briefed the SSC on the Coho Ad Hoc Technical Work Group's Fishery Harvest Control Rule Risk Assessment. That's Work Group Report 1. This risk assessment framework is intended to inform the Council of potential impacts of proposed harvest control rules for Coho in Council-managed fisheries. Proposed harvest control rules are intended to allow fishing on abundant salmon stocks while not impeding the recovery of ESA-listed Coho. Harvest control rules could take a variety of forms, i.e. fixed versus tiered exploitation rates, or total exploitation rates versus ocean exploitation rates, and could consider the status of subcomponents of the ESU where data availability allows. The SSC appreciates the hard work and careful thought the work group put into this risk assessment. The Coho ESU is composed of 7 diversity strata and 40 populations. There were only sufficient wild spawning escapement data to assess 6 populations. Impacts in ocean fisheries are assessed based on historical coded wire tag recoveries from one hatchery program used to inform the Coho FRAM. These coded wire tag recoveries, which are from the late 1980s and early 1990s, were from prior to the ESA listing and under a different fishery structure than current, which leads to increased uncertainty when applied to current conditions. Further, the SSC notes that the Coho FRAM has not been fully reviewed and validated for use in producing these estimates. Sunk Coho are currently managed with an ocean exploitation rate cap of 13%. This risk assessment proposed 12 harvest control rules, 8 fixed exploitation rates, 3 abundance-based exploitation rates, and a matrix-based exploitation rate that has not yet been completed. Though some fixed exploitation rates applied only to ocean fisheries, the risk assessment is based on total exploitation and therefore assumed a recent year average freshwater exploitation for those alternatives. An accurate forecast is required to apply an abundance-based harvest control rule. However, promising relationships were found for only 2 of 6 populations after analysis of correlations between potential predictors and abundance for 26 models. The analysis suggests that abundance-based harvest control rules provide greater overall fisheries opportunity on sunk coho than fixed harvest control rules with comparable levels of predicted risk. It may be premature to pursue abundance-based harvest control rule modeling further unless and until sufficient data have been collected to develop and validate abundance forecasts. In addition, allowable harvest of sunk coho alone may not be an informative performance metric for mixed stock ocean fisheries that harvest other coho and Chinook salmon stocks. The SSC notes the lack of data for informing management decisions involving sunk coho and the considerable uncertainty this introduces into the risk assessment. The complexity of these analyses may not be supported by the data quality or availability. However, the theoretical basis for the risk analysis remains sound, though the emphasis should be on relative rather than absolute predictions of risk. The SSC recommends adopting the proposed risk analysis framework for evaluating harvest control rules for consideration in informing management decisions for sunk coho, with further attention given to combined versus disaggregated independent implementations of simulations involving aggregate abundance-based control rules or a matrix approach if those options are considered further. And that concludes the SSC statement. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Will. Questions for Will on the SSC report? Brett Cormos. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks very much, Will. I appreciate the report from the SSC. I have a question for you that you may not be able to answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The SSC report, as you just read, states that the SSC notes the lack of data for informing management decisions involving sunk coho and the considerable uncertainty this introduces into the risk assessment. The complexity of these analyses may not be supported by the data quality or availability. I'm not sure that it's a fair characterization, but I heard another statement while listening to the SSC discussion on this that was something along the lines of the management approaches and the analyses that support them have perhaps outstripped the quality and abundance or amount of data there is for this particular ESU. I'm wondering, and I know that no risk assessment was done for the matrix, conceptual matrix approach, but I'm wondering if you can offer some general thoughts for the council to consider about that issue that the SSC raises as it pertains to a matrix approach, which is really at the same time both more coarse and less refined than the other abundance-based management approaches that were analyzed, but more complex in that there are more factors being incorporated and some blocky sort of jumps in terms of exploitation as you move around the matrix. So is there anything you can offer for the council in terms of thoughts and how those two things marry or work together or not for that matter?
Sure. Thanks, Brett. Thanks for the question. And I will try to be careful to distinguish what I recall of the SSC discussion, and then I can offer a few thoughts that are purely my own opinion if people want to hear that. In terms of the SSC discussion, I do recall a statement to the effect of what you said about just sort of concerns of whether parts of this analysis may be outstripping the available data. In terms of specific discussion of the matrix, I don't recall a whole lot, in part because we didn't really have a fully developed matrix proposal in front of us. I do believe that at least one member of the SSC did like the idea of sort of a consistent approach with what's used with some other Coho. That said, certainly in other contexts, and then in my personal thought on some of these control rules that have very steep sections, or in effect in the matrix, you would have just a discrete jump in the allowable harvest rate. That can have some undesirable consequences. Then again, from the statement, we talk about the need to further validate any forecasts before pursuing them further. And then, just sort of from my personal perspective on just thinking about how would you go about validating how well the matrix categories are characterizing the performance of either the ESU as a whole or of particular populations you might be concerned about. It is daunting to think about how you would try to validate the extent to which the matrix is actually capturing what's going on in either the ESU as a whole or populations you might be particularly concerned about.
Thanks very much, Will. That's really helpful.
Okay. Any other questions for Will? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Will. And with that, we'll go to the SAS report and Megan Waters. Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Megan Waters, the Vice Chair for the SAS, and I will be reading Agenda Item E1A, the Supplemental SAS Report 1. The SAS heard a report from the ad hoc SONC Coho work group, and it's appreciative of the amount of work that has been completed in a short amount of time and with limited data. The SAS has the following comments and recommendations focused on refining the proposed range of alternatives. The SAS notes several of the stocks have data limitations, and preliminary assessments suggest that some are at a relatively high risk of extinction in the absence of fisheries due to freshwater habitat issues. Additionally, the future availability of some of the existing data sources is uncertain, and the annual availability of some indices is not timely enough to inform the preseason management schedules, making them less desirable for use in management tools. Therefore, the SAS generally supports harvest control rules that aggregate stocks and are less reliant on the timely availability of considerable amounts of data. Specifically, the SAS recommends that the Council narrow the range of alternatives by focusing on alternatives based on the total exploitation rates rather than those based solely on ocean exploitation rates, i.e. Harvest Control Rules 5 through 7 and 11, narrowing the constant total exploitation rate rules to one fixed at least at 26% and one at 0 to illustrate stock responses in the absence of fishing, narrowing the abundance-based rules to those that aggregate stocks, i.e. consider removing alternatives based solely on the Klamath or Trinity or Freshwater Creek, continue to further develop the matrix concept for further consideration, for future consideration, as workgroup workload allows. The SAS notes that the Klamath River Dam removal could have substantial and beneficial impacts to stocks in that basin and may require the Council and NIMS to revisit this issue. And with that, I will conclude my report and take any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Chris Kern, Chris?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Megan. I had a question on each of the first two bullets, if I could. The first one on focusing the alternatives based on total exploitation rates. I read that as, in the parentheses at the end of rules 5 through 7 and 11. And I think those were the harvest control rules that had a fixed rate that was only based on ocean. So I'm reading that bullet. I'm just asking if I'm reading the statement correctly, that the SAS would prefer to stick with the rates that combine both freshwater and ocean rather than just the ocean only. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the second one is pretty quick. The narrowing the constant exploitation rate rules, and I'm really only thinking about the 26% one here. Is the request here to just ensure that 26% is still included in the range of alternatives, or is the SAS suggesting that everything between 0 and 26% just get removed? If that makes sense.
I'm gonna ask Mike Berner if he has any recollection of this discussion, because to be quite honest, the people who know the most about this are out trying to find some fish, and I'm afraid I can't give you a really comprehensive answer on that pretty basic question.
Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Megan. Thanks, Chris, for the question. I think the SAS intent when they came up with this was to narrow those fixed exploitation rates just down to the two, the one that's at 0 and the one at 26. And my understanding was that the idea there, or the focus, was just to narrow the range of alternatives with the hopes that that might make a little less workload on the work group. And those two would be illustrative of the no fishing alternative, and then something that might look like it would cover both ocean and freshwater, that being the 26% rate. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions for Megan? Okay, seeing no hands. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
And with that, we've been going at this for over 2 hours. And so we're going to take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break and go to public comment and then council discussion. So we'll see everybody back here at 3:32.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Oh, yes.
Just to remind you, there's a STT report also, a short STT report.
Oh. Well, there we go. Thanks, Chuck. We'll do that first or next then. So, all right, thanks. Okay, we're going to start here shortly. Okay, we're back on Salmon Management E1, SONC ESA consultation, and we're going to go back to Dr. O'Farrell and the STTT report. Mike, are you there?
I am here. I believe that Vice Chair John Kerry was to read the STT report.
Okay, I see his hand up there, so very good. And with that, I'll go to John. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you. So good afternoon, council members. For the record, my name is John Kerry, Vice Chair of the STT, and I'll be reading from Agenda Item E1A, Supplemental STT Report 1. The Salmon Technical Team and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel were briefed at their June 22nd webinar by the Ad Hoc Southern Oregon, Northern California Coast Coho Technical Work Group on the status of work completed to date and the risk assessment provided in Agenda Item E1A Workgroup Report 1. The STT appreciates the substantial amount of work completed by the work group in the short amount of time available. The STT notes that the risk assessment outlines some concerns surrounding the potential availability of data to be used in fishery management. And as the advisory body responsible for modeling fishery impacts and assessing whether proposed season structures meet management objectives, the availability of data necessary to perform these tasks is an important consideration to the STT in order to ensure feasibility of implementation. The STT looks forward to future updates from the work group with the understanding that additional discussions and potential refinements are expected to the existing technical analyses. And that concludes the STT statement, and I can take any questions should there be any.
All right, thank you, John. Questions on the team's report? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
All right. And now that takes us to public comment, and we have one sign up, and that's Andy Giuliano. Andy, are you there? I'm not seeing him on the list.
Neither am I, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. Well, with that, if Andy isn't here, I guess that would conclude public comment. So unless I see his name come up quickly, which I don't, okay. That takes us to council discussion and in action. So looking for some hands. It was a good discussion here. What do you got? Where's everybody wore out? Chris Kern. Chris?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. No, I'm not wore out yet. I haven't been on the floor like you guys all day, so I'm doing fine. I do have some general comments and discussion. I also had written down several sort of potentially recommendations I might ask the work group to put on their list or make note of for future consideration when they meet back up. So maybe I'll try and keep it to more discussion oriented stuff first, and then if we come around to a place where recommendations to the work group are, I can hold those for that time. Appreciate some of the comment we've heard so far and a lot of the questions. I'd point to one issue that I noticed the SSC mentioned, and that's the absolute versus relative risk question. And it's one that's been on my radar with this report. And we've dealt with this issue in the past too, at least with the LCN Coho, and I'm assuming with Thule as well. And that is sort of this analysis we've got in front of us is most appropriately focused in my view, and I think the SSC seems to indicate similar, that it's really about the relative difference between alternatives being evaluated as the primary focus of it, as opposed to absolute risk to a population just writ large, so to speak. I'm also not suggesting we completely ignore the outputs that you see, but there's a balance there, and that's part of the consultation process that I think NOAA's faced with looking through. So I won't go into it anymore, but I just wanted to recognize that and mention by the SSC because I think it is important. I am interested in some further discussion on a matrix approach. I've got some comments on what might entail with that, but I just reflect on some of the things that I've heard over the years about the OCN approach. And of course, these are not the same stock, or ESUs, and we've seen that. We saw a dramatic difference in productivity and capacity and some other issues that Dr. O'Farrell pointed out. So not that they are equivalent in any way. And I don't want to overemphasize or overvalue a consistency across the stocks as an end in and of itself or anything. But my recollection from folks who were involved in some of that matrix work for OCN Coho was that part of the process was because we didn't have good forecast data, and I've even had some folks reflect that part of the process and expectation of that matrix was to have it sort of result in a generation of a range of spawner abundances over time, such that maybe they could reevaluate with spawner recruit functions down the road. And so that's not the same situation we're here, but it's not wildly different in that, the abundances were not nearly as much as we might prefer. And there are ways to potentially consider dealing with that. When we moved to the LCN Coho process, we aggregated down the y-axis of that matrix into, I think, just 2 rows of spawner escapement. And conceivably, if the marine survival axis of an approach like this was the primary driver of population productivity and abundance, you could even drop the y-axis altogether, potentially. Certainly as a technical aspect, you can. So that's some thoughts I have that I'd probably put on the list for folks to consider looking into. Some of those I can just pass through the work group membership from Oregon, or at least as comment. And maybe I'll leave it there for now because the rest of my stuff is less discussion and more comment and potential recommendation. But I figured I'd get something going here.
Okay, much appreciated. Anyone else? Brett Cormos. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I as well have a number of comments to make, and in addition to that, a fair amount of guidance I would offer. I don't think that adopting a range of alternatives now is something that council can do. It looks to me like that step in terms of preliminary preferred alternatives is something that's going to have to wait until the September meeting at the very soonest and latest, all at the same time. So I, like Mr. Kern, will start with my comments as it relates to the information we've been provided and the things we have to consider, and then I will hold my guidance until such a time as it appears to be appropriate. So the report's review of the available data and forecasting relationships, as well as the practical considerations, certainly suggests that the main ingredient to abundance-based harvest control rule implementation, and that being a pre-season forecast of abundance, is out of reach for the majority of the natural origin populations that have been considered. There's a lack of, well, that's just based upon the actual, results or the statistical examination of potential around forecasting. There's also a lack of staff and funding and administrative support for implementation of the monitoring and the evaluation that would be necessary for something like that, and providing the data to the council on a timeline, even as late as early March, as the work group identified. And even with that funding, the data streams, the timelines, and the processes necessary would not align with the council management cycle schedule, whose compressed nature has been the subject of significant scrutiny and critique, and even FMP amendment as of late. And this is especially true for any of the natural area or natural origin components of the ESU. It's still an issue for the hatchery components as well, but the timelines for that part of the ESU are a little bit more wieldy and may lend themselves to aligning with the council schedule, but that is not a foregone conclusion. So for reasons articulated in the report, the model runs completed to date for the abundance-based HCRs deal with aggregation in a way that underestimates risk and also portrays an inaccurate assessment of potential harvest or fishery opportunity. Seeing the same or less opportunity as it relates to a fixed rate harvest control rule is as likely as seeing more based upon the theoretical work or results of the risk assessment. One thing to think about, though, is that the real world likelihood of increased abundances for this ESU, as Mr. Kern just stated out, due to really low productivity, largely driven by habitat, the likelihood of those increased abundances such that fisheries are liberated is reduced by those habitat conditions that govern the productivity, and these populations are not likely to improve often enough for that benefit to be substantive. While these results may offer some context for comparing between the abundance-based harvest control rules, they can't be compared to the fixed rate harvest control rules in any meaningful way at this point, given the risk assessment to this point, as I stated, is very likely underestimating the risk associated with those rules. As Dr. O'Farrell pointed out, addressing the modeling shortcoming is not trivial and would probably in the end result in risk levels that very closely approximate the status quo fixed rate exploitation rate cap. And it may even change the rank order if we're just looking at relative risk, as some have suggested we should, it may actually flip the rank order of some of those abundance-based rules versus the fixed rate rules. I think it's important to pay attention to the fact that that issue around aggregation, disaggregation, and concurrent modeling is not an issue that affects the fixed rate rules at all. All of those assessments are fairly reliable in terms of risk and harvest or fishery opportunity. And I think that's important to remember, because those rules and the results we've been provided are valid and something that we can move forward with at this point. So given that the abundance-based rules will increase, the risk will increase, and the rules are governed by a fixed rate exploitation levels. And basically what I'm trying to say is that given the fact that they pose a similar level of risk to the fixed rate rules, but they're going to be much more difficult and costly and uncertain to implement, the abundance-based rules should probably not be something that we consider further, and not something that the work group continues to work on. They're definitely a considerable investment for what is a negligible gain at best. The other thing to remember about the fixed rate rules, in addition to the fact that the assessment for those is reliable, is that they offer the greatest flexibility going forward to incorporate potential changes to fishery impact limits, and in particular for in-river tribal fisheries. During the work group's activities, we have come to find out that National Marine Fisheries Service is engaged in a concurrent tribal consultation with the Hoopa Valley tribe. And what's important to be thinking about there is that we don't know what's going to come out of that consultation process. We don't know what kind of a harvest control rule it's going to be, whether or not it will be compatible with whatever the council ultimately adopts, if it's not a fixed rate rule. And we don't know what that impact is ultimately going to be, such that we know how much, how the ocean fishery might fit into the overall maximum allowable exploitation. Moving over to just talk about the matrix rule for a little bit. I have a great deal of discomfort with that concept to this stage. I mean, first and foremost, while that matrix rule does a nice job of sidestepping the issues around how timely data might be during the management cycle or at the beginning of the management cycle, it doesn't do anything to sidestep or avoid some of the concerns that have been expressed about how reliable these data streams are going forward. The Department of Fish and Wildlife in California has every intention of surveying these populations and continuing to provide the status and trend information that we've been able to provide. But it's important to remember we're not doing that alone. That work definitely relies upon collaboration with other entities and funding that's provided by other entities. And there's a substantial difference, fundamental difference between surveys that are designed and implemented to provide that status and trend information such that you can assess the status of an ESU overall in terms of recovery, and one that's being implemented for the purposes of annual management decisions. The matrix doesn't have a risk assessment. The work group wasn't able to get that far to this point. The matrix suffers from the same aggregate, disaggregate, concurrent modeling issues that the abundance-based harvest control rules are suffering from, meaning any further pursuit of that is going to require the work group to spend a fair amount of time reworking the model so that things can be assessed relative to the fixed rate rules in a way that offers an ability to compare the relative risk and benefit. As we discussed earlier for the matrix rule, all that we have now is a straw man proposal that was brought to the work group at a very late date by a subset of the work group's membership. There's been no vetting or discussion of that matrix, the values that are included there, the inputs or the X and Y axes that are included there. And so I would argue there's a lot more work to do to make that matrix concept something that we can really consider moving forward. And that's just to consider it. It's not to actually get to a point where we have something everyone can subscribe to and implement. Also, in looking at the matrix concept, the correlation that was shown or provided to us between those hatchery jacks and the adult seeding is not very strong. It's not very compelling. The R-squared value, while being at 0.48 is not horrible, it is certainly not good. It's certainly not something that suggests that there's a lot of potential there. And I think another thing to remember about the matrix idea is that it's really just another form of abundance-based management. It's a much more coarse, unrefined version of abundance-based management. But as we discussed earlier and was noted, at least to a limited extent, by the SSC and some of Will's personal comments, there is an issue around two things. One, the quality and abundance or amount of the data that we have for this ESU as it relates to how fancy or refined we want to get with our approaches to management, and also how valid or useful those tools actually are. We could certainly come up with a matrix and use it, but I think that it's pretty clear that two things. One, we won't ultimately be able to validate it and be certain that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. And two, we've learned a lot already from the abundance-based approaches that were analyzed. Even if they were not analyzed in a way that estimates risk comparative to, in a way that we can rely on, so a reliable estimate of risk, we know that the risk is going to be higher than what's been shown already for those abundance-based management approaches. But what we learned about all of those better, fancier models of abundance-based management as compared to the matrix is that they're offering comparative risk to a number of these fixed rate rules, depending on the rate that you select, but really no benefit. So really no benefit to the resource or recovery, but a significantly greater investment of time. I'm not comfortable with exploring the matrix concept any further at this point, whatever form it may take, and that is just, up in the air at this point. I would argue that there's a good chance that exploring that matrix concept further would take us out beyond the deadline or the month of November if we were going to do it right and not do it in a hurry. And if we do go beyond November, we're essentially prioritizing exploration of a matrix rule over a number of other high priority council work group workload items and the time of agency staff and the work group itself that will be invested. There's definitely a number of other things that the council has identified as high priority items in the salmon management world that would benefit from a work group look. Age-based assessment for sac fall, revision of the escapement estimate for that stock. There are other consultations I'm guessing are coming down the pipeline from my read of some of our management performance and the ESUs that we are charged with managing. And so I'm finding that pursuing a matrix further is very similar to pursuing the other abundance-based management rules further. It's throwing good money after bad. It's investing more time in something that is not likely to provide any benefit to the resource, not likely to provide any measurable benefit to the fishery, more costly and difficult to implement on an annual basis, and not basically something that may be more complex and more sophisticated than the underlying data can support. So I'll stop there. I know I've been long-winded already, and I have a number of other things to offer in terms of guidance, but I'll wait to see where the rest of the council discussion goes. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Brett. Anyone else? Susan Bishop? Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few observations to offer. I want to again offer my appreciation to the work group and the council for all the progress that's been made. I think that we are in a very abbreviated time frame, and I think in fact people have been surprised at the amount of work that we have been able to get done in the time that we have since the time we started. Largely that has been due to agency staff, and so I want to make sure that NIMS expresses its appreciation for all of the work. As Robin mentioned earlier, it is quite a team, and we are very lucky to have them all together working with each other. But I do want to provide some observations from NIMS's perspective kind of regarding the Coho risk assessment that might be helpful in further discussion and reply to some of the points that you've heard to this point. Particularly information that NIMS might be considering going forward in thinking, from its role as in the ESU realm or ESA realm. My comments I want to make clear are based on the currently available information and risk analysis results. So obviously with further work, the picture could change. And we look forward to whatever new information that might be to inform subsequent discussions. As you've heard today, we are starting from a very difficult place. The ESU overall, based on the work from the recovery plan and some of the information that you've seen here, is already at high risk of extinction. So pretty much all of the populations around the ESU are at moderate or high risk. There is sufficient data for only about 6 population or aggregates out of 40 that represent 5 out of the 7 strata. And none of the diversity strata currently support a viable population. All the populations that the work group is working with are essential to the recovery of that ESU. So how we manage going forward will be very important. And the recovery plan also already noted that sort of fishing is at a medium risk for 5 of the 6 populations that we are looking at. So increases in risk would be very problematic. I observed that the population and productivity capacity for Coho is less than that of OCN and Lower Columbia River Coho, as Dr. O'Farrell illustrated in his presentation, and that there's greater data uncertainty. So for example, Lower Columbia River Coho, the analysis that was done with regard to that matrix really sort of targeted an 18% total exploitation rate over time. So given the results that we've seen today, we would expect the allowable rates for Coho to be lower than that. And I refer back to sort of figure 28 on page 80 of the risk assessment. As noted today, there's significant data uncertainty in the spawner recruit fits. So taking into account the productivity and capacity of the populations relative to other coastal coho populations, compounded with that data uncertainty, suggests that the exploitation rates higher than the control rules for those populations would probably further increase risk to the ESU that is already in a difficult position. And that was illustrated with the risk profile graphic that the council discussed Dr. O'Farrell's presentation. 3 of the 6 population units, Shasta, Bogus, and Trinity River, as he illustrated, have high conservation risks that are relatively unaffected, but not entirely unaffected by fishing levels. Particularly that's true when the fishing rates are low, owing to the generally low abundance and productivity. The Rogue, the Scott, and the Freshwater Creek are more abundant and productive, and therefore the population risks are more sensitive to the level of fishing mortality. But even there, the risk profiles for those populations steepen of above about 13%. Although the resolution in the analysis in the risk assessment is really too coarse to say much else. But it appears from the results of the spawner escapements that exploitation rates above about 17% on average result in escapements that are less than the quasi-extinction threshold for Bogus Creek, and greater than 21% doesn't meet the critical threshold for the Trinity aggregate. I would also note, just as a point of comparison, that the total exploitation rates observed have generally averaged about less than 13% since about 2007. Basically within those rates I just described. Although Trinity River has averaged a little bit higher at about 15%. So still kind of within the range of rates I discussed in terms of relative risk. The analysis does suggest benefits from the abundance-based management rules relative to the fixed rates rules for the same conservation risk. Although, as multiple people have already commented, there are questions that merit further investigation by the work group. The lack of statistical relationship for most of the California populations, the timing of the data availability, and the uncertainty of the data stability, I agree, indicate that the traditional ABM harvest control rules are likely infeasible for further investigation. Although the results for the Rogue indicate some potential as an abundance-based management rule. So I don't want to necessarily lump all of those together. I do believe that the matrix-based approach is worth exploring. I disagree with Mr. Kormos in the finality of his pronouncements for some of those things. I don't think that we know enough about the form and function of the matrix-based rule to know whether those benefits would be higher than or equivalent to the fixed rate rules. I think that what we have seen is that something like that, and the success we've had in other places may provide some additional flexibility. As Mr. Kormos observed, the matrix-based rule does not have some of the same challenges with regard to data availability, and the analysis that we have been able to conduct indicates some promise for the use of the proxies. He indicated his concern about the lack of robust relationship with the hatcheries Jack proxy, but I would say that is just one potential indicator. Mr. Kern suggested a potential other indicator based on his experience with some of those coho populations and the use of the matrix-based rule. I would also comment that analysis is underway, as we heard from Dr. O'Farrell. I did not hear from Dr. O'Farrell the definitiveness of the fact this would take a long time and a lot of work. I think that's going to depend on the form of the form of the matrix control rule. I think we are not starting from scratch. We have experience with other coho control rules. We have information on the relative productivity of Sant coho to those other populations that we can use to inform what the rates would be further than where they are. There is some indication that there could be some benefit to harvest potentially. I think one lesson we've all learned is that once we think we know what's going on with salmon, they do something different. Productivity is very low, but we have seen increased abundances in the past. So I would not want to take that off the table. So with regard to that, I think it would be important to keep the abundance-based matrix in the range of alternatives at this time for further exploration and to engender some additional comment from the public, for example. I think just narrowing it to fixed rate rules doesn't really give a lot of choices from people to comment on. I understand the limitations we have now, but I also know that people are actively thinking of and addressing those, and the work group is ready to engage immediately after this council meeting. So I guess I would just offer those comments up for consideration as the council continues its discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Susan. Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'd like to take this opportunity to provide some comment on what we just heard regarding the work that the work group had produced. So certainly do appreciate the work and the analysis that has been produced to date, recognizing that there are some data limitations and other types of deficiencies that are apparent here with Salmon Coho. And I do recognize that there are tribal representatives from Hoopa Valley and Yurok tribe on the work group and contributing to this effort. So I want to provide some general comments to the alternatives that were presented. So I think from the tribal perspective, there would be a desire to have alternatives that we go forward with that include both the marine and freshwater impacts, not just marine impacts. I think I'd also like to see an alternative that includes the climate opportunity as an aggregate and not separate out from each other. There's also the thinking that it does make sense to have an abundance-based harvest control rule rather than just a fixed exploitation rate control rule. Do recognize that that is all dependent upon having certain data or tools, particularly those that relate to ability to generate forecasts. And so I think part of what I heard today is that there is a need for the work group to continue to investigate alternative model formulations. I think too, what I've heard is that there was some interest in seeing a development of a Trinity population forecast, although that is something that may not be possible. And then lastly, I think relative to the matrix approach, I think there is interest on the tribal side to have that be considered moving forward. And so maybe with that, maybe that will conclude my general comments, and I'd like to see how further guidance is offered up. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else? Okay. Well, seeing none, I think maybe if there's some recommendations being mentioned be held back until later, we might be there. Chris Kern. Chris.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll try for some. I'm going to do a little recapping on some thoughts similar to what Mr. Oatman just did, though. Before I do, if that's okay, I'm interested in seeing whether the matrix approach can be adapted to the scenario here and be useful. Trying to be real clear in my own head, though, by tempering the expectation that it will or will not. There is I think Mr. Kormos has laid out some concerns, and some of those I think should give us some reason to think that we probably shouldn't expect outright that it's going to provide something particularly useful, but I'm also personally not ready to foreclose on it and say it won't. I will note that, in the prior incidences where we've used the matrix, it was much easier for the council and the public and the advisory bodies, I think, to get their head around the fishery benefit side of it. And I think that's much more difficult here, at least for the council fisheries. And so one of my comments was geared towards whether the work group can find some ways to maybe help characterize that. And what I mean is, from the council's perspective right now, and I understand Ms. Bishop mentioned some potential for future condition. I get that. But right now, this stock is first and foremost incidental mortality in the fisheries, and the fishery benefit I can envision from flexibility that might come from a matrix is really tied to access to other things. And that is not something that gets reflected in simply assessing the harvest of the target stock in the model, which in this case is the Coho. The translation of that mortality over to something that, like access to Chinook, is pretty difficult. I have no idea how we'd do it or how the work group would do it. But I think that's the kind of utility I think we would need, or would be useful at least, to making that sort of determination. So for the matrix, I mean, there's sort of two concerns, well, maybe three. Population of the model itself with data, the ability to interpret the outcome in a way that was similar to the way we interpreted the outcome from prior matrix approaches. Which I think were far more direct, even though they have some similarities. And then the timeliness of being able to do it. And so I do want to be very cautious, or at least cognizant of the fact that if we take up further evaluation, the work group does, of the matrix, it has the potential to take longer. If we get to November and the work that has been put on the matrix in the interim between now and then has not been sufficient to demonstrate that we've really nailed down what it's doing and done a good job with it, I am going to be very hesitant to endorse it or even wrap that process up in November. At least that's what I picture. So I mean, there is some risk that exploring that is potentially could push us out. And I think folks probably just need to kind of have their own sense of what they think that risk is and how concerned they are about it. But I do want to see a process done right rather than right now, so to speak. And that's a hard lift. We knew it was going to be coming in. So I do have some comments and recommendations that I think I'd like to put on the table for the work group. I'm not seeing a lot of benefit in the existing abundance-based control rules, given the weaknesses and things we've discussed already that I don't need to go back into, but particularly forecasts. I wouldn't be averse to leaving one in there to sort of reflect it in some fashion, but I don't see it as an outcome that looks very good going forward, or a structure that looks very tenable going forward. Fixed rates, I think we need more than, I appreciate the SAS comment, but I think we need more than just the 0 and 26. Recognizing some of the comments a few minutes ago about, where this might need to end up. We at least need some in-between numbers in the fixed rate arena. I'll note that I didn't see any model results that sort of tried to capture status quo management for us to kind of look at and contextualize what these other rates do or structures do. There was a 13% model run in there that had ocean only and then added average in river on there. But if I'm reading the report right, the model sought to use all 13% in the ocean fisheries, plus or minus some variance, and our actual impacts are far lower than that. So I think it's worth looking at. It might be useful for the council to have some context to kind of see where our current control rule actually puts us. I understand that may not jive with a requirement that would have to be in a consultation, but I still think it would be helpful for context. Something we observed, I think, in the LC and Coho process that could occur here, I wouldn't say it will, but it might, is the abundance-based frameworks that have been tested so far are far more similar to sort of what we use for some of the Chinook stocks, particularly Klamath and Sacramento, in that they've got a sort of a slope in declining harvest rate at lower abundances, whereas the matrix approach is more stair-stepped. And that knife edge, I believe in some scenarios might actually provide a little bit less risk in the model outcomes compared to that sloped approach. So I would suggest that and that can be accomplished by looking at the matrix. You don't have to create a new model for that. That would probably come out of that anyway. And I'm almost done. If the work group were to continue with either an abundance-based or a matrix-based framework, I think some assessment of how frequently the fishery would be I'm talking about the ocean fishery, would be projected to be in a certain area of harvest rate. So the sort of frequency occurrence, if it was in the matrix, it would be the frequency of occurrence in each of the cells projected. If it was in the abundance-based framework, it'd probably be structured differently. That has been helpful in the past to the public and the SAS and others in looking at what the effect would be in terms of how often they might be in each place, so to speak. Obviously with a fixed rate, not necessary. But if there is going to be a variable rate approach, I think that frequency is something that would be useful to the public and to the council. I think that might have been the list of my comments, and I apologize. I hope Mike and others were writing quickly. I know I hit them fast, but I think I can stop for now.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Brett Cormos. Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kern. Well, I have a suite of guidance that complements, aligns with some of the things Mr. Kern outlined there and conflicts with some of it. So it does sound like we have some things to resolve here before we move forward and close this out. But I will list what I would like to see moving forward, and we'll go from there. Number one, I would like the work group to eliminate all of the abundance-based harvest control rules. Specifically, that would be control rules 8, 9, 10, and 11. I think it's also time to eliminate the conceptual matrix harvest control rule, which is number 12 at this point. So that's the conflict. I do, here's the complementary. I do agree that we need some intermediate rates added to at least to the suite of the fixed rate rules. There's a need there, I think, for more granularity than just half or twice the current exploitation rate cap. So what I'm thinking there is that we should have and also taking into account sort of the observations and messaging that Ms. Bishop and NIMS just outlined for us on this issue. I think that we need to see exploitation rate caps in terms of, at least in terms of the fixed rate rules of 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20%. So essentially a range of 13 to 20. And then also in alignment with and complementary to some of the things that Mr. Oatman outlined, I do think that it is also time to eliminate the ocean-only harvest control rules. So that would be rules 5, 6, and 7. And then last, and perhaps least important, but certainly something I think is necessary in the report, is some sort of a section devoted to recommendations or considerations around whatever rules are developed for council consideration, further developed or introduced for the first time for council consideration in September. So pros, cons, recommendations, caveats, considerations, essentially a grain of salt with which to take the results. Some sort of help in interpreting the risks and the benefits and everything else that's shown there. Not just in a conceptual, theoretical way, but in a real world application kind of a way. Because the risk assessment is really just that. It's theoretical. It's based on simulations, and implementation and real world use may be substantially different than what the risk assessment suggests. So I'll stop there, and we can see if there's any other guidance or dig into where we have some conflicting guidance for the work group.
Thank you, Brett. Joe Oatman. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and certainly appreciate the guidance that was provided by Chris and Brett just now. And I think, there are certainly going to be areas where, there's kind of a common view and maybe areas where they may diverge some. And so I think that will be illustrated here too in the guidance that I would like to provide. And so for the tribes, we would like to have the following move forward for further analysis and consideration. Those would be rules 3 and 4, rule 9, and rule 12, or the matrix-based control rule. Those that tribes aren't supportive of would include, as Brett just noted, those that only address the ocean exploitation rates, so rules 5, 6, and 7, as well as number 11. And also, there's not much support for Rule 8, and turning to rule number 2, that one in particular seems too low of an exploitation rate to really give any further consideration to. So with that, maybe I'll stop there in terms of those more specific guidance wanted to provide at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else? Chris Kern. Chris?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I wanted to make sure I may not have been very clear, which is hardly surprising, really. It's not that infrequent. But when I was talking about abundance-based frameworks earlier, and mentioned potentially leaving some in. I'm not wedded to that. I was willing to offer up maybe leaving one in if folks thought it was necessary. I am interested in some form of matrix staying on the table for consideration. If other folks are interested in removing the more standard abundance-based frameworks that have already been in there, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, I don't object to that. I've heard the suggestion of several of those being removed. I don't have any personal objection to that, but I was going to be a little flexible on it relative to what other folks thought. So just thought I'd better be clear on that, make sure it wasn't that I wasn't misstating what I meant.
Thanks, Chris. Susan Bishop. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I went on at length before, so I won't restate all of that. I will just, emphasize my support for retaining the abundance-based matrix, the matrix-based harvest control rule for further exploration, and would request that we also include the zero. So basically harvest control rule 1, which is 0 exploitation rate, to provide some contrast with the effect of the fisheries for that purpose only.
Okay. Brett Corbos. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It sounds like I'm alone, at least in terms of those who want to offer comments, but I remain strongly opposed to pursuing the matrix any further. I think I've laid out a very sound argument for why doing so would not be a good investment of council time, staff resources, the agencies that support the council, any flexibility that it might offer, especially considering the comments that NIMS has offered around consultation and maximum allowable exploitation, would really just equate to fishery constraint in my estimation, and with no benefit being offered to the resource. So I just continually have to voice my dissension on that topic, and I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, Mark Relnick. Mark?
Thanks very much, Brad. And I will speak up briefly in support of Brett's position. I don't know this topic prospective measures. You have to weigh how much time to spend on prospective measures and compare the benefit it offers versus the burden it threatens. And if a measure comes with the prospective burden but without a commensurate prospective benefit to the resource, I'm not sure that it is the best investment of our limited resources. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mark. Susan? You're muted.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the statement that I had made earlier, my observations with regard to the exploitation rates, that those were based on what we were seeing now. That was not to speak to the possibility of conditions turning around, or years of higher abundance that might indicate more flexibility in the control rule. So I just wanted to clarify that as well with regard to that statement. I also just want to reiterate, and sort of in somewhat response to Mr. Gorelnik, I don't know that we have done enough analysis so far to demonstrate that there would not be a benefit. And I think that is just what I am a bit concerned about, is trading off future flexibility for lack of an analysis or information on which to base that at this point. And I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Chris?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Setting aside for a moment the matrix and discussion of that, I wondered if there's anybody. I tried to write down the range of things that were discussed as potentially keep and potentially drop, and I missed a few. I thought I was hearing some fair consistency with a few exceptions, and I guess it doesn't have to be now, but before we close out, I would like to have a recap of what those are and whether they are in fact consistent. Again, absent the matrix, and I guess absent the 0% fixed rate that Ms. Bishop just spoke to a moment ago. And I will also add, I think while I've got the mic, I appreciate the workload that is necessary to get the matrix sort of analyzed. I hesitate to say it, but I'm gonna. I might appreciate it better than most on this call, having done it. It is a lot of work. And if we do not have a way to assess the fishery benefit coming out the back end in a way that's meaningful for the council, and I am unclear if that's possible or not, we are likely to find ourselves in a place, or not likely, let me rephrase that. We have an increased likelihood of finding ourselves in a place where we do see that maybe it's not that beneficial. That risk exists. I'm personally not ready to dismiss it on behalf of that risk necessarily, but I want to be clear. I do fully recognize it exists. And on that point, I don't disagree with some of the things we're hearing. So I'll stand down for now. I'd like a recap at some point. Does not have to be right now, and maybe shouldn't be, but.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Brett, and would you like to hear a summary or commonalities, or you want to proceed?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I do want to hear the summary. I think Mr. Kern's smart to ask for that. I also agree with him that it's probably not now. I think we have some differences that are more apparent that we should resolve before we get to summarizing the rest of the issue. I have a few more comments to make about the matrix and how we should perceive it at this point. All one has to do is look at the recent status and trend data for this ESU, where we actually have estimates of escapement to see that productivity and abundance has been extremely low for quite some time. And the occurrence where abundance is of sufficient magnitude that some sort of matrix rule would ultimately liberate fisheries is so infrequent that we're going to find ourselves more constrained than we are now, in my estimation, much more often than we find ourselves in better shape. And again, one really just has to look at the better, more refined versions of abundance-based management that have already been analyzed to see that the risk is relatively equivalent to the fixed rate rules when you're comparing apples to apples in terms of maximum allowable exploitation. I think there is more than sufficient evidence at this point to understand how a matrix is going to perform going forward. I mean, this is something that may need to be done. In fact, I would argue it does need to be done if a matrix rule is pursued, which I, will continue to oppose. But a quick look suggests that the populations, perhaps with the exception of the rogue and freshwater, are falling behind the critical risk threshold in almost all years, which would ultimately mean that if we implemented a matrix, again, with no benefit to the resource, we would find ourselves in the bottom rung of that matrix most of the time. Now, I will recognize Mr. Kern suggested that a new matrix could be formed that does not have a seeding level and only looks at marine survival. However, I am further concerned by how a rule like that is essentially becoming less and less refined than, sort of the ideal abundance-based rule that fishery managers typically want to implement for good reason. And it's just that we find ourselves in an ESU that, because of climate change, is in real trouble, and it's not something that fisheries can substantively assist most of the time, if not all of the time. And these are the things that we've learned from the risk assessment, at least I have. And I'm also just looking around at the practical considerations, the real world application, and where we find ourselves in thinking about this. So I will stop once again and see where this goes, but more food for thought, I suppose.
Okay. Thank you, Brett. Well, I think if we were meeting in person, we have a little break, a little sidebar, but maybe to get some resolution here. Anyone else? Phil Anderson. Phil.
Oh, do I ever hesitate to weigh in on this? But I did have a question for Brett. What I understood you as part of your recommendations was to eliminate all the matrix proposals or alternatives. And I thought I heard you say that was 8, 9, 10, and 11. And also the conceptual one, which is 12. And also eliminating the ocean only, which was 5, 6, and 7. Did I capture what you said relative to those points?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Almost, but not quite. There's only one matrix rule, and it is the conceptual rule. We do not have any matrix rule that's gone beyond the conceptual point. Those other control rules that I suggested we eliminate were the abundance-based rules that would necessitate some sort of a forecast.
Sorry, I wrote that down wrong. Mr. Vice Chair, if I could, I also wanted to ask Joe if I heard him correctly, which in terms of the ones that the tribes were supporting moving forward were 3, 4, 9, and 12. Did I capture that correctly? That's a question for Joe.
There you go, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And in response to Phil's question, that is correct.
Okay. And if Mr. Vice Chair, if I may,
please.
It just in listening to Susan, maybe I could ask Susan to kind of restate which harvest control rule proposals you were advocating stay in the process.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Anderson. I was advocating that I guess, elimination of, or would not object to elimination of the abundance-based rules. So 5, 6, 7, I believe that's those. I would recommend leaving in control rule 12, which is the matrix-based rule. I was advocating harvest control rule number 1, which is 0 exploitation rates, to provide a context for the other comparison for the other rules. And I would advocate for fixed rate rules, the remaining fixed rate rules, but would be looking for something on the lower than 26% on the upper end. And I have no objection to Brett's, and in fact would support Brett's suggestion that we look at some additional granularity to help inform the risk assessment and the performance metrics. And I am not wed to the 7% either, if that would help relieve workload.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. Okay. Listen, some clarity, I believe, has been added into the equation. Maybe now would be a good time to maybe ask Robin for kind of a summary of where we're at. Robin? Have you followed this?
I am doing my best. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I really appreciate Phil trying to round up the equation, if you will. But we, I think, are getting to a point to where we do have some recommendations. I do believe that the council task is to actually adopt a range of alternatives, and there's been some support for some of those and some flexibility in some of the things that are on the table. So for the most part, I'm hearing that the council would prefer to pursue a total exploitation rate rather than an ocean-only exploitation rate, and that there's more interest in not pursuing abundance-based rules, and that the control rule 1, which is the 0 or the no fishing control rule, should stay in the mix just to set the bookend, if you will. And for those fixed control rules, I'm hearing that the 26% is probably too high to think realistic, but something more in between. And I heard Brett mention somewhere, having caps anywhere from 13 to 20% might be more realistic. The tribes thought that the control rule 2, which is, I believe that's the 7% rule, might be too low. So maybe we would, go from, whatever 7% and higher up to perhaps 20 on the fixed control rule and get a good range there, abandon the abundance-based. And then I think the jury's still out on the matrix. I've obviously listened to the conversation. There are pros and cons to both. And, from this standpoint, I agree with both. The work group has a bunch of work still to do that is true, and a small little amount of time to do it, given I think they have one more meeting prior to well, maybe it's 2 more meetings before we have to get our advanced briefing book in. I don't think the work group feels it's impossible, but I do hear that we don't want to do work in vain, if you will. So those were the types of comments I heard. I've probably missed something, but I don't know if I confused or simplified things for you.
I think you, I I think it helped greatly. I see Brett and Chris both have their hand up, so let's go to them and see what they say. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I want to be the first to congratulate and thank Robin for what I perceive to be a job very well done. I think she did capture almost everything in terms of where we stand right now perfectly. There was just one additional piece of guidance that I had offered around a component of the work group report devoted to considerations or recommendations, just essentially an interpretation of the results and various trade-offs around implementation of control rules for the council to digest when we get to September. So that's all.
Thank you, Brett. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and I'll second that. Thank you for the recap, Robin. It was exactly what I was trying to ask for earlier, and Mr. Anderson had captured a good chunk of it as well, so appreciate that. And I don't want to belabor this too much. Well, I'll make one comment, and then I'll go to the belaboring part. I'm gonna be amenable today with moving to these rates that include both the ocean and in-river as a total, because it seems to be acceptable to everybody here. And I do recognize the potential value in doing that, but I also feel that I kind of have to, just if nothing else on principle, and I've said this before, there's not a requirement that we do it that way. The council's actions here are primarily focused on the ocean fisheries. They are focused on the ocean fisheries. This provides an opportunity to look at the total, and I understand that the effects on the total are a part of the necessary analysis, so I may be in semantics here, but I just want to go on the record and say that it isn't required. Nobody's really said it was, but I feel like I need to reiterate that. And then on the matrix, I don't know if this is something anybody can provide input on it at this point, but I'll throw it out there on the hope that if they can, it might be helpful to moving us forward. The marine survival axis that is in there as the conceptual, I mean, so you've got the potential for, I already talked about potential for dropping an axis for the spawner side. You certainly can't drop two axes, otherwise you end up at a fixed rate. So you're going to need that marine survival or something else. And I have no idea what that something else would be. So really, if there is no correlation between, or a correlation is unreliable or very weak, between whatever marine survival index would be used, and at this point, I have to presume it would be something like the return of jacks out of Coal Rivers and Trinity, divided by how many smolts were released, which would be the analog to what we do in the Columbia, but it might be something else. If there is no correlation in that rate to the returning strength or population status of these populations, at least at a pretty broad scale, it will not provide any utility. And so I don't know if the first step of the work group, should this move forward, is to evaluate whether that index or an index can be developed and determine if it is potentially useful. I would suggest it should be, because unless I'm missing something, if it's not, you're not going to make any progress for sure, and you can cut the losses at that point pretty much right there. So I'd throw that out. I'm not going to necessarily ask Dr. O'Farrell to come up and answer that question. That may be what other folks may want to ask that. I don't know, or it could just be comment and recommendation to the work group that they really evaluate the likelihood or the most fundamental piece first before tackling the big lift. And again, it's probably Captain Obvious that they would do that anyway, but we haven't really talked about that aspect. I had meant to ask about it earlier and I didn't. So anyway, I'll stop. I don't know if that's helpful or just muddies the water more, but I think it's an important piece, and also the piece that could be done early and give an early indication of whether this is a doable lift or not.
Thank you, Chris. I think we're getting there. Okay. Brett?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Mr. Kern, for that comment. We have seen a little flavor of what correlation exists, at least between that marine survival and the parental seeding further on down the road, or further upstream, I should say. But in my asking of I shouldn't say marine survival, I mean hatchery jacks. But in my asking about, was there an a priori determination of good enough, or how do we interpret the utility or draw a line around utility? The answer was there is none. We've not done that. And that wasn't done for any of the abundance-based rules either in the risk assessment. So I'm asking of you, Mr. Kern, what guidance could you offer in terms of what that means, what amounts to good enough to move forward? Or that may be a question you can't answer, but I certainly, if we're going to pursue a matrix, which I'm vehemently opposed to, there are a number of caveats that I would introduce to that process, and that would be one of them, I think.
Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I appreciate that. I'm going to back away from picking a number because I think I was just really trying to offer a potential quick evaluation or quicker evaluation that could potentially be considered before the full workload took place. So I was trying to navigate a way to potentially get us through that. I would say I have some, I wouldn't say concern over that particular figure with the hatchery jacks versus the return number, but I note that the hatchery jack returns are not just survival based, but they have a relation to the production size of the program as well. And if that's changed over time, you would expect some differences. So potentially one could potentially look at the A index of survival, whatever that may be, whether it's hatchery jacks or PDO or some other ocean environmental variable, and maybe you could look at some of the other places where those indexes have been used and see how the sunk version compares to those. I would be surprised if it's anywhere near as good, because the fit in the Columbia is particularly good, as you would think. So I'm not gonna go to a particular specification, but I recognize the question has value, and I just don't have a good answer for it. It's the right question to ask. I'm maybe just not the person to ask it to.
So, Brett?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Chris. I perfectly understand and appreciate that response. I only ask that question because I do perceive ourselves to be in a bit of a square peg, round hole situation already with the matrix concept. I mean, not surprisingly, given all of my comments, I see this as something that's being a bit forced and totally unnecessary. And so I do think it's reasonable to choose some sort of threshold around its viability, so that it's not pursued at all costs.
Okay. Susan Bishop. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I like Chris's idea as extending an olive branch. I just, maybe to state the obvious, or maybe to overstate the obvious, I don't necessarily think that this is the best group to decide on a statistical threshold. I hope I'm not unfair with that. but certainly that is a question that the work group could handle. I again offer up my thanks to Brett for his very talented staff, Pete McHugh, who did much or most of the work on the forecast assessments and sort of characterized the level of strength for those relationships. And I certainly think we have the talent and the expertise within the work group to address that question and to take it up quickly.
Okay, Brett?
Mr. Vice Chair, am I coming through?
You are now, yeah.
Thank you for that. Apologies for the interruption there. Yeah, I certainly, first of all, I want to thank the rest of the council and folks following along for their patience here and we're walking through this. And I'm not ready to accept the olive branch, but I will add to it, if you will, and say that really what I'm trying to do here is to tee off of or build upon Mr. Kern's suggestion. And that is to say that we should, if we were going to evaluate any relationships around the viability of a matrix approach, we would want to definitely look at the relationship between natural origin parrot spawners and the hatchery survival index and the observed run size. If there isn't a strong correlation, and I won't choose a number, but I will choose a qualitative word since the work group was willing to offer that in their report and in their presentations. Not moderate to strong, but strong, the matrix concept may have some legs. But again, I'm not offering that as a way forward just because I continue to be opposed to the matrix approach. But if ultimately myself and Mr. Gorelnik lose in our opposition to that, that would be one of a number of stipulations I would offer.
Okay. Chris?
Thank you. I would, and taking it in context the way it was offered for Mr. Cormos, I'd just add the repetition that, and I'm not going to say it should be number 2 on a list relative to that correlation and other work, but we also will need some, if this goes forward, again, need some contextualization of what it means to the fishery in council management as it is used. And by that, I mean, what's its effect on fisheries distinct from the harvest of the stock of the model stock of the sonk, at least for the ocean component. Again, I would say that if we don't have some way to get a grasp of that, we're going to be struggling with characterizing any benefit of a matrix-based approach, and potentially even would preclude a really good evaluation of even a fixed rate, but it's particularly sensitive under a matrix approach. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know what it takes to do that, but that's another piece that I believe we would need at the back of this process should it move forward in order to interpret it.
Okay, Phil?
Well, there's a number of kind of issues out there that maybe we've gotten closer to closure on a few of them and not so much on others. But on the question of the matrix and whether or not to include that going forward from this meeting, and with this discussion that has just transpired here in the last few minutes, if we had another, 18 months or something to work on this, I might be inclined to support those of you who think we ought to pursue it further, but we don't. It seems to me that with all the uncertainties and the workload around including it and the potential, which seems to me relatively low of it surviving at the end of the day, I am on that question going to be in the camp with Mr. Kormos and Mr. Gromek. So you got three now.
Thank you, Phil. Lily?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I haven't held a CPFV salmon license since Phil remembers, I think it was 1978. But I agree with Phil completely. It seems like this matrix thing is trying to complicate something that's already terribly complex that I'm having a hard time understanding. And the KISS principle, I think, might apply to this. But the other thing is that we repeatedly tasked NIMS with very difficult tasks and things to bring back to us, and it's really hard on them. And I have to admit, have to admire Susan Bishop's her expressing the need to work on this matrix stuff, and I think it's just wonderful. But I also have to listen to what Robin said, and Robin said that team is stressed as it is, and we'll be really working hard just to get stuff done, absence, abundance, and matrix. So I think you better count 4 on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Chuck.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. What I wanted to touch on, while we asked NIMS to bring back things to us, I think this is an instance where NIMS has asked us to bring something to them. But my question is to Susan or perhaps NOAA GC, but based on Phil's comment about whether we had another 18 months or not, I guess I'm wondering if the schedule, the deadline that we have had our sights set on of November of this year is still as relevant as it was when we began this process. Given the what I understand, there's some other discussions, consultations going on with the tribes. But is there something that would help us understand whether that schedule, that urgency still is what it was when we started this process? Thanks.
So it's a question for Susan, I believe. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am actually, Rose Stanley, our GC attorney, would like to comment on that, but she's having a little oh, I see she's found out how to raise her hand. There she goes.
Okay.
So we'll defer to her.
Rose, you're muted, but there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Susan. So just quickly to answer the question. So NIMS and the Huba Valley Tribe reached a stipulated agreement and motion to stay the litigation challenging the 1999 biological opinion. So under the terms of the stay, the litigation will continue to be stayed as long as the NIMS initiates consultation, ESA consultation as warranted by December 2021, which would require the council taking final action by November 2021. That is not a hard deadline for the council in terms of required action by the council, but if that timeline is not met, then the stay on the litigation will be lifted and the litigation can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rose. Chuck? Your hand's still up. Okay, Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Rose, and thanks, Chuck. I did talk about the potential for that already, and it is one of the primary reasons I'm not interested in pursuing the matrix. I think I have a few primary reasons, which is not really possible. But that's another way of saying I have a number of compelling reasons why we should not pursue it further. But I would really hate to see the council move this issue beyond November, such that it's taking up significant time in the summer or early fall of next year, or interfering with our management cycle in the spring, and then also deprioritizing some of the other high priority issues that the council needs to tackle in the salmon management world that I've discussed already. I think that pursuing a matrix at the expense of all of those other things, when there are other perfectly viable and risk-averse options available to the council, is a really poor decision.
Thanks, Brett. Rose, I see your hand still up. Aha. Okay. Well, I heard 4 people say they're against including it. Chris.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I recognize the time issue here, and I've already commented on that. I guess I'll offer something that I don't know, maybe I should have mentioned before. It may not even be all that helpful, but when we started this process and the notion of an abundance-based framework was introduced as sort of the ideal, or at least a potential outcome, which it kind of was, I actually expected at that time that would be the matrix. And so the inclusion of the more sort of traditional abundance-based approaches, structured sort of what we do with Chinook in some areas, was actually the part that surprised me, not the introduction of the matrix. And so, and had it been done at that time, it would be further along than it is now if it had been done instead of the abundance-based matrix. I don't know where that leaves us. I'm on the fence because I see value in potentially, I'm by nature want to turn over all the rocks. But I've already said I recognize the risk that the work that might be entailed could push us beyond the time frame. So I don't know if folks want to discuss that more. I know it's late. That does seem to be a primary risk factor here. And I've already spoken to the fact that I think we would need to be at least partially, no, I don't think I said partially. I think we would need to be willing to accept the risk of pushing beyond that time frame if we went down this road. I think I said that earlier. I still feel that way. So I don't know if that's something folks want to talk about or if we just try and move on here. And I'm struggling myself, so I apologize for just laying that all out there to everybody else. But
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think I'm trying to figure out how to move a way out here also. Anyone else want to comment, or anybody else? I'm not sure if they wanted to hold a vote on including it or not, but 6 o'clock will be here sooner than we think. Susan Bishop. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe it would help for, I think it was helpful when this question was asked before, but maybe it would help for someone to just recap again what the proposal is at this point, or at least what's on the two tiers or 2 columns.
Okay. And I would again turn to Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm not sure if my answer is going to be any different than it was 20 minutes ago, but what I'm hearing is that we're going to look at total ERs and fixed rate ERs only, and no abundance-based ERs. And then the fixed ERs would range somewhere around starting at 7% up to 20% and would include a zero fishing harvest control rule. There was also an ask for what status quo looked like, just so that we could have it for context. And so we'll ask the work group to try to include that. We also, as far as the risk assessment goes, that a section be included that included recommendations or pros and cons. And we're still on the fence about pursuing a matrix. I think that's the only item right now that is in question. And I don't think I quite understood what Ms. Bishop meant by 2 columns. So I may not have answered your question completely.
Okay. Susan, does that answer your question?
Yes, what I meant, I think what Robin did was, to me, the only thing that is remaining, or maybe this is the question for the group, the only thing that is remaining at issue is, I think, the matrix-based control rule. I didn't hear any objection to including a 0%, although maybe the question hasn't been asked, and I didn't hear objection to the status quo, although that may be included in the granular range that Mr. Coho proposed. And I didn't really hear any objection or any follow-up discussion objecting to inclusion of a section in the report. I guess I would only offer a comment also that if all that is on the table at this point is our fixed rate rules with looking at the risk relative to different exploitation rates, I guess I would just make the comment that I do not think that's a big push for the work group going forward. And so I guess I would just ask the question or kind of clarity if we really think that the abundance matrix would be a significant workload in that context. We have a model whose purpose is to look at exploitation risks associated with different exploitation rates, and the model is currently set up to basically easily do exactly what's being proposed with the range of fixed rate proposals. So I guess I would push back a little bit on the thought that it would be a significant amount of work, or it would be a workload on top of a significant amount of workload remaining.
Okay. Brett?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ms. Bishop, and thank you, Robin. Robin, yes, you have captured everything that I've heard in terms of a proposal for moving forward, and I just, with the exception of the matrix, of course, that's in question or in dispute, and I just want to make sure folks are clear that I would support all of those things going forward, including a status quo, including a 0% rule, such that we can see the effect of closing fisheries completely. And relative to the matrix rule, there is, again, I've said this before, but there is much to do there in terms of what the X or Y axes should be, or both. How much granularity should be in there, what the maximum exploitation rate should be. Arguably, there could be many different matrix rules created and evaluated and presented to the council. There's only a couple of work group meetings left between now and November. And I just don't see that being something that is going to be possible with the time available. I know, for one, folks in California, while I respect and understand that states to the north of us have greater experience with this, we do not. And we would certainly be wanting to take our time to very carefully go through all of the options. And like I said, I have a number of caveats I would suggest or ask the council to offer in terms of guidance, should that get any legs. I do think that it could be quite deliberative.
Thanks, Brett. Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I wanted to turn to the list that Robin provided, and I wanted to clarify, at least insofar as it deals with that involved abundance-based, the tribes did support Rule 9. And I think when I listened to the list, that wasn't included.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Well, Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to weigh in and state that I tend to agree with Brett, Phil, and Louis, and Mark on this. I think pushing this beyond November, the higher potential of that is just not worth the effort. And I think, it's shown there in all the discussion. And I would rather just get it done here. Let's move forward. I think that it's shown pretty well that we don't have the bandwidth to do all this unless you want to extend it to next November. But if this is drug into our management schedule in the early spring, that's really problematic. So I agree with the fellow council members on that. I just wanted to weigh in.
Thank you, Bob. Chuck?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. So I've got maybe a process question here. The council action here is to review the revised risk assessment and adopt a range of alternatives as appropriate. So I guess just on the first one, we haven't really had a discussion about the status of the risk assessment, although I think it was endorsed by the SSC. So I guess before we leave here, I just want the council to decide if they want to use that as a tool to evaluate some of the alternatives going forward, just as a matter of sort of pro forma there. But my real question is, adopting a range of alternatives at this point. There's certainly been guidance on the control rules that the council would like to see further assessed, and some that they don't. I guess my question is, and maybe this is to NEMS or to NOAA-GC again, if we don't adopt a range of alternatives, a formal range of alternatives for analysis at this meeting, we still need to do that at September. And so are the thoughts that we're not quite ready to adopt a range yet, particularly because we haven't decided on the matrix question, and that even if we did adopt one now, we might have to modify that range in September. I guess that's kind of what I'm thinking. So I just wanted to check with the council on that process step to see where people felt we needed to be at this stage, and make sure that we're going to take the necessary steps to properly complete the process.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. Brett?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Chuck. I'm obviously not National Marine Fisheries Service or General Counsel, so I can't speak to your second question. But relative to the first one about adopting the risk analysis, yes, at least for me, risk assessment has the support from the state of California. with one caveat, and it's something that I expect the work group to do anyway, but that is to change the framework or the modeling such that there's resolution around the disaggregated versus aggregated and concurrent modeling of the population, so that we're getting a accurate representation of risk and harvest or fishery opportunity, if you're maybe more appropriately characterizing it. So I think the risk assessment's good with that caveat and that solution being implemented.
Chuck? Your hand's up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm on two computers now here because as usual, my headphones is going out at the end of the day.
Okay. Maybe I should ask if anybody else is not in agreement with Brett on that. So we cross that off the list. Okay. So we're still kind of hung up here on the matrix. We've got 5 council members weighed in saying they're for it or for removing it. It seems we need to move off this somehow or other, either by someone or folks weigh in, or how do we take it to a vote or not? So, Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just note, Joe had mentioned that the tribal proposal does include one of the abundance-based rules. I believe it's Rule 9 that would look at an aggregate of the Klamath Trinity abundance. But I could stand corrected, Joe, if I have that wrong.
Joe?
Mr. Vice Chair, that is correct. There's support for number 9.
I would, I'm assuming that Robin captured that. Brett, and then Chuck.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I certainly acknowledged Mr. Oatman's support for that number 9 abundance-based rule, but I also perceive the council consensus to be in support of my recommendation to eliminate all of the abundance-based rules, including number 9.
Chuck?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. If it'd help, I do have a little bit of a scorecard here running. Maybe I could put it up on the screen just to kind of give people a visual and see if there's anything that needs to be corrected there, and maybe pick out some decision points that still need to be done, if that would be acceptable.
Please.
So these are the control rules down the left side. The 4 principles and their guidance. So if there's a plus, they want it. If there's a minus, they don't. If it's blank, they didn't speak directly to it. There's a couple tildes in there, which are, there was a couple maybes. I think Joe said maybe eliminate 2 and maybe eliminate 8. I think Chris said maybe keep one of the abundance space for context. So that's what those tildes are. There's a little in the control rule 4. Brett talked about maybe having some more granular looks at something in the 13 to 20% range of a fixed rate. And Susan said that something more than 13 is okay, but it should be less than 26. So then the far side there are ones everybody that weighed in agreed on, either with a plus or a minus, and then some question marks. So if that helps, it's there for discussion purposes or correction, or tell me to get rid of it, whatever's council's pleasure.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. And I see Brett's got his hand up. Brett?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just thanking Chuck for the scorecard, but also noting that it's missing a number of other council members that have offered support or opposition to abundance-based rules and rule number 12. So really sort of the issues that are most contentious.
Chuck?
Yes, that's true. I think Phil had mentioned that 12 seemed impractical. I'm not sure if I and Louis, I think also the same, and Mark. But regardless, 12 is has a question mark, and we could add a lot more pluses and minuses there, but it would still have a question mark, I guess. I'm not sure I heard too much else, but again, this was just kind of anyway.
Okay. Well, maybe a simple way to do this is dealing with the matrix. We've heard 5 council members who are for removing it. Are there any council members in favor of keeping it outside of Chris and Susan, I believe? Maybe Joe. Butch Smith, Butch?
Yeah, I'm sorry for kind of weighing in here on this great conversation. I've been quiet. I went through 2 of these, both the Thule matrix and the Coho matrix, and I have a little different opinion, but I won't give that here. But I do want to recognize the, Joe and the tribal tribes from California wanting to keep in at least one. I don't know if that's, I think, if it was north of Falcon, we would certainly be talking about that. And I think as co-managers and solvent nations, I know it's a little bit different in California than it is in Washington, but still, I would think we'd want to recognize at least, one of the tribes' wishes to see how it fared it out and what it looked like. But that's really the only opinion. I mean, I could have said a lot more early on, but I'm not going to now. It's way out, way down the road. But that's just one issue I have, and would like to hear, what Brett thinks. And if I'm off base, I apologize, but I want to recognize Joel Ortman's wishes to at least have number 9 in there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks much. See, Chuck, your hand's still up? Brett?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Butch. I understand that and recognize your point. I think that the problem here is that the abundance-based rules are by far and away the most practically infeasible rules to actually implement, because we can't forecast abundance for these stocks in any reasonable way. There's no forecast tool. Speaking of workload, we don't have time for, even if there was potential for that. And then the data timing issue, just that suite of issues just precludes those abundance-based rules from being feasible. So that's my view of things.
Bush?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, and I would thank you, Mr. Comos, for that explanation. Kind of clears it up a little bit more to me. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks much. Well, it's not getting any earlier in the evening. Looking for a path out of this. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't know that I have a path forward. We've asked for folks to weigh in on the matrix issue. We've heard support from some. We've heard for including it. We've heard opposition from others. Right now, the opposition for including it further carries the day. I see a couple of options going forward. We can ask again in terms of a vote, how many folks want to keep it in consideration and how many want to get rid of it. Although I'm not particularly enamored with that idea, given we've already asked for input or votes of confidence and support or votes of opposition, and we've landed on 5-3 in favor of eliminating it. So I'll leave it to the discretion of yourself and perhaps Chuck in terms of the best path forward. But it does seem to me that we have done our due diligence in getting the prevailing opinion here on this particular issue, and it is to eliminate the matrix at this stage.
Thanks, Brett. Well, currently that's what it is. Unless someone weighs in here, I think you are correct. And then so, Pete.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I surely hate to speak on this topic, but you keep prodding us. So I guess I'll offer my opinion here on that. We're trying to balance workload with a process that might be best for this stock that's in trouble and ESA listed. And in thinking about that, I hear all the arguments. I'm sympathetic to them, but I guess I support trying to look at an additional model that might work, and it might work well in these circumstances, than rather eliminating it at this point. Saying we've got, too much, it takes too much time to do that. So I would support keeping it in there to explore and determine whether or not it really is worth pursuing down the road. This is simply a range of alternatives, and I understand there's a workload associated with that, but it seems valuable to me to have it in there at this time. So thanks.
Thank you, Pete. Brett, and then Krista.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll just note, and thanks, Pete. I just want to note that the argument for eliminating it is not solely centered around workload. That's just one of a number of reasons for moving away from that at this stage. It's really a weight of evidence approach that tells us that pursuing it further will not only come with all of the workload risk and difficulty, but also is not unlikely to provide any benefit or value in terms of management and protection of the stock under the ESU. So I just want to make sure that position or argument has been articulated clearly. That's all. So thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I really feel like at this point it is kind of a roll call vote if we're putting numbers in the column. And I'm not going to speak for too long because we've been on here for quite a while, but I would say I'm in the positive camp for 12, just so that you've got me down for one way or the other.
That'd be for keeping it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nothing like going to a tie ball game. Okay. And thank you, Krista. Your hand's still up. Okay, now it's really becoming clear as mud. So with that, I don't think we'll do a bathroom break until we're done here. So we need to get this resolved fairly quickly. Heather Hall. Heather?
Thanks, Vice Chair. Yeah, I've been much like Pete, holding off commenting on this and really listening to the discussion. Obviously, Salmon is not where I've spent a lot of time thinking about, but what I have observed, just with my experience on the council, is the amount of time and work that goes into preparing for March and April. And what I've heard a lot of today is this really sensitive time that folks on the working group have between now and September and November, and in a choice of how they spend their working time on something that may or may not be useful for this next cycle. And so I think what I've been thinking from my 5,000-foot level as I listen to this discussion is very similar to what I heard Phil say is, is this matrix something that could be not completely, taken off the table, but explored later. So maybe not within the range of alternatives for right now. Give the working group folks the time and that they need to look at the alternatives that people have a strong agreement on and pick up the matrix concept later down the road. So continue to work on it, but maybe not necessarily within this this decision-making process over the next couple meetings. So I'm voting in favor of not moving forward the matrix.
Okay. Any other? Okay. And is that the right count? 1, 2, 3. I thought we had 6 against, or for removing.
So besides Joe, Chris, Brett, and Susan, I had Louis, Mark, Phil, and now Heather for removing it, and Bob Dooley.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I had missed that. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks, Chuck.
Make that column a little wider.
Okay. Any other council members want to weigh on here or weigh in on this here? Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Maybe just to clarify, not wanting to put him in too much in this spot, but I thought I had heard Butch indicate support. Maybe I heard that wrong, but I just wanted to confirm that one way or the other.
I'm sorry, Joe. My speakers, I didn't get that.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm not sure I heard Butch. I know he voiced support for 9. I'm not sure what his, if he spoke to 12 or not.
Oh. Joe?
That was the matter I was trying to get clarification on. Thank you.
Butch?
Yep, Butch?
Yeah, I spoke in support. I thought I was just supportive of 9.
Okay.
And to leave at least 1 in. Thinking of the time, thinking of the remoteness of the differences, I think I think I'll just leave it there for right now.
Okay. Joe, you have your hand up? Chuck?
Well, Mr. Vice Chair, the way this is going, if we ask everybody individually what they're, and keep tallying votes in this scorecard, it's going to be a long process. If we just want to get this over with and decide whether to continue with the matrix option, I think you should call for a vote. Ask for a motion and call for a vote and be done with it.
There you go. I see Phil's hand up. Phil?
Just to be absolutely clear, control rule number 12 is the one that we are currently debating and referencing as the matrix. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then, Mr. Vice Chair, I would move that we remove control rule number 12 from further consideration.
Okay. Second? Second, Bob Dooley. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. You want to speak to that, or Phil, or call for the vote?
I think we've adequately discussed the pros and cons of removing it.
Okay. And I see that there is language on the screen. I'm assuming that you want to just check that out adequately reflects your motion.
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Or no.
Abstentions? Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, I didn't. I'm not sure who all voted no on that. So I don't know if you want to do a roll call or if you want to just identify people.
Whatever's quicker. I mean,
why don't we do a roll call vote?
There you go.
Bob Dooley.
Yes.
Louis Zim.
Aye.
Krista Svensson.
No.
Joe Oatman.
No.
Heather Hall.
Yes.
Virgil Moore.
Yes.
Susan Bishop.
No.
Chris Kern.
No.
Bill Anderson.
Yes.
Butch Smith.
Aye.
Pete Hassemer.
No.
Brett Kormos.
Aye.
Mark Gorelnik.
Aye.
Mr. Vice Chair, the motion passes.
Okay. Thank you, Chuck.
Okay.
All right. See, back to the original motion, but we're already there. So with that, I think, see, Chuck, your hand's up, and then Phil. Phil? Okay. Chuck? Okay. All right. So with that, Robin, I would ask you, are we good?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I am going to recap the guidance that I heard in addition to the motion that the council made, if I may.
Please.
So for the guidance to focus on those fixed control rules 1 through 4, which are the total ERs, and to include the zero or the no fishing, and look at a range that's somewhere between 7 and 20%, and do some increments in between. The work group will also look at Harvest Control Rule 9, which is the abundance-based control rule that looks at the KT aggregate. And the work group will look to include the status quo harvest control rule for context. And then we'll ask the work group to add a section that will include recommendations or pros and cons of all of the alternatives that they've outlined in their risk assessment. And we will not be pursuing a matrix control rule or harvest control rule 12 as it is in the risk assessment. So that concludes my guidance, and hopefully I got it covered.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I see Brett has his hand up. Brett?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Robin. Regarding Control Rule 9, I did not hear broad support for that. I heard broad support for eliminating all of the abundance-based rules, including number 9. So I don't want to go to another roll call vote on that. I don't think it's necessary, but I will leave it to others to decide how to proceed on that.
Okay. Thank you, Brett. I would say that since Robin included in her what she heard, is there anybody that wants to keep it in or out, or keep it out, or take it out? Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I really want to honor Joe's his proposal to keep 9 in, and I want to honor Butch's his wishes to honor tribal requirements. However, I think in this case, I think the discussion was pretty much in support of Brett's not to allow an abundance thing. I think the abundance number 9 is in the same category as the matrix rule that was so well expressed by our Washington person, Heather Hall, to be looked at eventually, next year, along with things like this that we need to look at and we need to explore. But right now, I really think we need to get rolling here and get this very clear for September. Otherwise, we're going to be back in the same position in September that we are now, which is some of us not agreeing, and this is not a happy thing because I have to honor everybody's opinion on this, and I hate disagreeing with people on this. But right now, I don't think that we've made a full support, and perhaps we need to vote on this, and perhaps somebody will speak to it as a good negotiating position, and I could be convinced by that. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Anyone else? Okay. Wow. Well, Robin had it in. I've only heard one. Oh, Brett.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I hate to do this, but perhaps we should just cut to the chase on this one too. The abundance-based rules have all been eliminated, as I described before, for very good reason. There's no forecast tool. There's not one under development. The population's under consideration. Even those that would be needed for Control Rule 9 don't show potential for an abundance-based approach. I think all of the information suggests we should eliminate it, but in cutting to the chase, I'll just make a motion if that pleases the council.
Well, I think you're free to do that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I move that we remove control rule number 9 from consideration.
Second by Bob Dooley. Okay. And there's language on the screen, which is very simple, but is that your accurate reflect your motion?
Yes, it does, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I see Susan has her hand up. Susan?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I meant to take it down.
Apologies. Okay, very good. Phil?
Did I jump the gun? Are we in council discussion yet?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to ask Joe, given what Brett has said about the abundance-based alternatives that which applies to control rule number 9, I'm curious the basis for the tribes wanting to have that included in this particular process and consideration.
Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the question, Bill. So based upon my understanding, so for the tribes, again, they participated on the work group, and they do recognize that, there are data limitations along the lines which Brett had laid out for our consideration, but that at least in terms of the views from the tribes, that it does make sense to have an abundance-based harvest control rule included in the range of alternatives. I think we certainly acknowledge that, there's both limitations in terms of the data and the lack of or the lack of ability to do forecast and how that may ultimately inform whether or not this type of a rule is viable. But there's interest in having some further investigation to that. And I thought I'd heard that there was some consideration with respect to alternative model formulations that may encompass a rule like this. And so at least from the views of the tribes, there's interest in abundance-based. This one in particular does consider the marine and freshwater impacts where there's agreement on, as well as addresses the Klamath and Trinity River populations as an aggregate. So they have, expressed to me their support of that. And I think maybe a bit more context, as I can see, I think in my opinion, with the potential for the dams to be removed, that, maybe you do see a positive response by some of these populations that may support having some sort of abundance-based approach where, you decrease your exploitation rate, and things, are pretty low for these populations, and increase them if and when that opportunity may present itself. And so I think there's kind of that aspect that is, factoring into some of their considerations. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mr. Oatman. I really do appreciate that perspective, especially as it relates to dam removal and anything in terms of status and trend or new information that would ultimately trigger a reconsultation again, such that an abundance-based rule would make sense. But in this particular scenario, I'll just remind folks that it's impossible at this point. And if we're concerned about the time remaining to get work done, which I've heard a number of people voice concern or support for that concern, development of an actual forecast tool between now and November is an even greater more Herculean task than it would be to move a matrix forward between now and then, which we've now eliminated for the reasons I've described. So just offering a response and some additional things to consider when we go to a vote here on this.
Thanks, Brett. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Joe. I've learned a lot from you back when I was sitting next to you, and I really appreciate the way that you've gone to bat for our Southern Oregon, Northern California tribes, and this is very important to us. But I really worry about Klamath. We're looking at very reduced flows this year, which are not going to be advantageous. Then we're looking at 23 of taking out a dam, taking out a number of dams, hopefully, and that'll certainly perturb the system. So I cannot see an increase in Coho stock abundance until at least 5 years out, at which time most likely we will be having another biological opinion. So though I really want to honor the Yurok and Hupa tribes' position on this, I don't see the practicality of it for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Okay, anyone else? Okay. I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Chuck?
So I just heard the one no vote, Mr. Oatman.
Okay.
So motion
Okay.
passes.
There we go. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So with that, I would turn to Robin once again. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think that we have everything we need. I think after this full discussion, and I do appreciate the council taking the time to dig deep into this and, help understand all the caveats and nuances in doing this job and, doing it well. So thank you for your time. I think the guidance is clear and that we have everything we need now to get back to the work group, and we look forward to providing you with additional information come September.
Very good. Appreciate that. And then, Chuck, did you have something to say before we go off this agenda item?
Yes, I do, Mr. Vice Chair. I did just want to mention, I don't see Wendy Beagley on the list, but I hope she's watching the YouTube channel, or if she's not watching it now, she can watch it later. But I did want to just mention that this is our last salmon agenda item for this meeting, and this will be Wendy Beagley's last meeting on the STT. She's retiring at the end of the month. And I just wanted to acknowledge her many years of contributions and service to the council process as an STT member and as running the sampling program on the Washington coast for a long time. I've had an association with her that well precedes my days at the council, back to Washington Department of Fisheries that long ago. So I just wanted to thank Wendy and acknowledge her and give you an opportunity to appreciate her as well, as we wish her well in her retirement. So that's all I wanted to say, but thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chuck. Brett?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Chuck. I just want to say, here. I had the distinct pleasure of working with Wendy myself for a number of years on the STT, and she is a fine individual, and I'm very pleased to wish her well on her post work journey.
Thank you, Brett. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I didn't know Wendy really well until we recruited her to participate in MREP, and I found her just to be just a delight and knowledgeable and giving of herself to make sure we have a good informed group coming forward and into our process. And I thought I'm certainly gonna miss her, but if she's listening, we'll certainly tap her on the shoulder if she's available to continue her work in MREP. So gonna miss you. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Phil?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Chuck, for remembering to acknowledge Wendy's service to the council. As I wrote to her, I was like many. When I learned about it, it was with mixed emotions. Obviously, really happy for her. Because she's just worked tirelessly and with dedication in every position she's held in DFW, and I had the privilege of having her as a colleague when I was there. I think the things that she brought that is probably most memorable, I guess, for me, is her ability to work with the people and the stakeholders, the people in the fishing industry, in crafting our seasons, implementing any number of in-season management actions, and always staying calm and cool and having the same effect on everyone that she came in contact with. I had the privilege to know her before I went to work for the department. She sampled my boat I don't know how many times, and I would join all of you in wishing her the very best that the future has to offer, and just want to extend my deep appreciation for all that she's done and meant to the coastal fisheries and our communities.
I'm sorry, you're muted, Butch.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I am sorry. I didn't say. Yeah, I would just like to reiterate. Wendy is the best of the best and second to none. I think I started working with her around 1988. Us fishermen, we argue a little bit with our Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife counterparts sometimes on disagreement with proposal, or even spill over to our Oregon co-parts if you're on the Columbia River. But when Wendy said no, nobody questioned that, and I think that speaks volumes for what we thought about her. So, congratulations, Wendy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Butch. Heather.
Well, thank you, and thank you for bringing this up. This is like the icing on the cake for the fact that I'm sitting in the seat for a salmon agenda item. I normally wouldn't have had the opportunity to do this, but Wendy Beagley hired me at Department of Fish and Wildlife back in 1992. She is one of the people that I thoroughly enjoyed working for. I looked up to her and learned a lot in my early years at the department. I'm thrilled for her and the chance she has to retire. It will be a huge loss for our agency. She has this work ethic that is just so impressive, and I have had the pleasure of spending time with her outside of work as well, and she's just an amazing person. So, yay, Wendy.
Chris?
Thanks. I have not known Wendy nearly as long as so many folks on the council. I've probably known her for 10 or 12 years. Just echo so much. When you know somebody or come across somebody that is so skilled and effective and professional and can do it with a smile and a friendly attitude under all kinds of pressure, you can't help but, I mean, those folks just stand out. And when I came into this sort of process several years ago, one of the very first lessons I was taught was never question Wendy. And it wasn't a mean thing. It was because, as Butch sort of mentioned, she's very rarely wrong and almost always right. I really wish we were in a place where we could have a round of applause and all stand up, but I appreciate you giving us the chance to send her off. So thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope Wendy is listening. I can't tell, but she's an amazing person and a consummate professional. Sometimes something you don't always find in the same package. And I think all of our lives are so much better for having known her. I know mine is. I consider her a role model, and often find myself sort of muttering, "What would Wendy do?" And her ability, as others have noticed, to stay calm in a difficult situation, and so to de-escalate tensions in what we all know are high passion discussions, has been an incredible value. So I wish her well. I'm sure she has great adventures planned, and I hope we hear back from her as well.
Thank you, Susan. And really congratulations, Wendy. I think you guys' testimony says it all really about her. So, and with that, I will pass the gavel back to Chair Grelnick to finish today. Mark?
Thank you very much, Brad. Well, we got our business done today. We did get unwrapped from the axle finally. And we will hit it again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow is an HMS day all day. And there are some agenda items there that could similarly not be as concise as we would like. So we'll have to do our best tomorrow to try to stay on time. But nevertheless, get our business done in a thorough way. And with that, I'll ask Executive Director Chuck Tracy if he has any announcements, any last words for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, you said it well, on schedule, highly migratory species tomorrow, and let's do our best to be efficient.
All right. A good night, everyone.